Oh, there I am. Hey, look, it's me. Huzzah. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Jesus gaps? Things are moving. Lots and lots of call interest coming in the pre-market on SPX. $40.60. Mhm. Hmm. Doing a little better today. How are you, man? Let's see. Hmm. All right. Nvidia's struggling a little bit this morning. What's Tesla doing? Tesla's dumping pretty hard. Do they have news? Nope. Price target raised by Jeffries. All right. Is XSP a good substitute for SPX or too illiquid? It's fine for swing trading, as long as you pick strikes that are moderately liquid. It's not great for trading intraday. Natty gas down like 10%. Whoa. Damn. What doing? I'm glad I stayed away from Boyle. What doing Nvidia? You're supposed to make put entries cheaper after my zero DTs print. Mm, it's not doing that. Interesting. A little sell off at 40.55. 40.60 is still really strong. 40.70, 40.75 are both really strong too. Call side on Netflix looks really good. Might be a little late though. How much room does that have? Netflix barely moved last week. 30.30. like it. How's Upstart doing today? Not so great. All right. So I missed a lot of the weekend stream and DD and all that fun stuff. Can you give me a 13-second recap? That's the longest my attention span works. Probably a lot of volatility into the middle of today, and then I expect more neutral positioning is going to draw the indices into a tighter range as we go into Powell's testimony tomorrow and the next day. We had an ad for tracking my period. Thank you for setting that up. I realized that was my issue all along. Oh, okay. No problem. Congratulations, Ben. Did most meme day traders turn spy shorts, and now the big boys are going to send memes to the moon to help to continue to prop up the market and nail day traders? I don't know. I mean, I think most traders in general have been focusing on indices lately because that's where the liquidity's been. Chop day, pump day, or rug pull day. Based on the zero DTs that came in this morning, I would say we have a pretty good chance of pumping up to like the 4070, 4075 level. It might be hard to break the collar, but we'll see what happens. When would we know if an MM got blown up? Probably never. There's a lot of MMs on SPX. I don't think it was a big one. If one got blown up at all. I mean, that's more JFresh's thing. I think the zero DTE positions just collapsed at the end of the day, and that caused the MM to reprice some options on the VIX. And so we saw that kind of weird end of day shit. Where it like gapped up and then gapped back down. That doesn't mean anyone actually blew up though. BTU getting smacked. I think it's related to nat gas going down. Could be. Yeah, it's going to be sensitive to shifts in the energy sector. Good opportunities to sell CSPs on it, but not at this price. I would probably wait till around 25. If you can get below 25, that's really nice. Although rare. I should put some stops on these in case this fails this test. Oh, never mind. Don't need to worry about it. The fuck? 40, 60. Our feed's still pushing up. Yeah. For hedging, what's the difference between selling puts or buying calls on the underlying to offset longer dated puts in your port? Both options increase in value if the underlying rises in price. One of them increases significantly more. Like a bought call would gain significantly more value. A sold put would just get the value from the initial premium. Unless you're selling puts in the money or something, you're not going to make any money off of the... Well, you're not going to make as much money off the change in delta. Someone. Any news on the Horizon buyout? No, I didn't hear anything. I don't think anything's official with that yet. I know they've got, I think, earnings coming up soon. March today, right? They have earnings today, if I'm not mistaken. This is getting really choppy. It still looks good. Verizon earnings were last week? What the fuck does this say they have earnings today? Are you sure? Go 3.5. Did they move it? Hmm. All right. Upstart moving with purpose was check DMs. Oh, maybe their calls today. Oh, nice. Okay. Looks boring. Like it should. Discord is dead. Okay. Potential to fill the downside gap, too early to tell. Some. I don't know. We'll see if 40-50 sell off. Right now, there's support at 40-50. Not a lot, though. 40-55s keep selling off. 40-60s are up a little bit. 40-70, 40-75 haven't really moved much. A little bit of profit taking on the morning pump. So yeah, I guess I'd watch out, but there's still support at 40.50 and 40.55. There's two supports before the gap. Every time I set a stop, it either hits at the peaks or I set it too wide. Interesting. Why don't you, well, I mean, generally you want it to hit at the peaks, right? That's when you close your stop as you approach resistance, right? You'd bring your stop closer to the money. Um, I mean, you have to define how much too wide is. If you're 20% out on your stop and you're getting stopped out, you're probably just picking bad entries, right? So you think someone big is pumping the market? To what end do you think? I'm of the opinion they're looking for bag holders before selling out. I mean, equities are still selling off. It's one of the reasons that equities are underperforming the index they're contained in. So yes, yeah, I think they're propping things up to an extent to get out of positioning. If you buy calls to hedge your puts, do you sell the calls on a run up, or do you hold until you confirm a turnaround? But you sell them, you take profits. Why did you say my 401k is going to zero? Well, it's you. Looking sharp and bright today. Thanks, Yaga. How does that play out, though? Eventually, those indices need to align with the underlying. Well, eventually. No, it's not a new camera. It's the same old shitty camera that doesn't work properly. I need to buy a new camera, but that hasn't happened yet. Are we just going to trade between 40.50 and 40.60 for the rest of the fucking day? Yes. It's too soon, Dork. I need more volatility in the morning. Hit it with a hammer. I could try, but I don't think that's going to do much good. How can they prop SPX's 0DTE call and futures buying if SPX is the actual index instead of an ETF whose NAV might and should have arbitrage opportunities galore? They use SPY too. 0DTEs are up on QQQ, SPY, NDX, and SPX. NDX not so much, but higher than the average. But yeah, they use SPY also. All of those instruments are hedged with the underlying. So you make the market maker buy your shit, right? A new camera's important, but did you get the Vuvuzela? It's been ordered, as has the yodeling pickle. They've yet to arrive. Just pamp it. I've got calls. Nice. Okay, still some momentum on futures here. VIX 1869, up a little bit today. It's interesting. Nothing better than VIX rising on increased index pricing. In the money calls expiring last Friday on SPX are gonna bump it this morning. Possibly some, although many of those sold off. Most of the calls between like 40.35 and 40.60 sold off at the end of the day, like the 0DTs. 40.25, 40.30 stayed open into close, so there'll be probably some moderate carryover from those. This morning, however, more 0DTs started coming in the pre-market, up to like the 40.75 range. After 40.75, it gets a little bit weaker, but don't get faked out by that. It could be a lot like Friday, where like the 40.50 to 40.65 calls came in around the midday after we failed the 40.30 test. So we'll keep an eye on that. Are we doing the Limerick challenge this year? I suppose we could. Are you have you been waiting for it? Why did I do the Limerick challenge in the first place? Was it for St. Patrick's Day? I think it was. Sure. You got it. I was in New York this weekend. First time ever. I thought I'd cross paths with you. Didn't. Yeah, there's 8 million other people here that you could run into. So the chances of you crossing paths with me are pretty slim. Volmageddon 2.0? We'll see. Maybe they're just better at it now. Nice 2% down red candle on the 5-minute on GME. It must have cost them something. Probably not. As a matter of fact, they likely received a credit. So they got paid to do it. The fuck did I just fill on? Okay. Weird. Loud strum. Yeah. What the fuck was that? Any expectation for docu earnings on 3.9? Deciding if I should cut my puts. Getting pretty close, huh? How's docu doing today? Hold on. I'm trying to find it. Still doing all right. IV's going up. Earnings isn't Friday? Why is Bobby's IV 400%? It's volatile? Factory orders in 2 minutes. Cool. Docus, ETF FTDs are kind of high. I probably wouldn't hold them into the end of the week. I'd see if they see any downside over the next couple days. If they don't, yeah, I'd probably cut them before earnings. I don't think earnings is going to be very bad. Or at least be prepared to hedge earnings. What did I just buy? Okay, it's just notifying me of shit that happened earlier this morning. Why is it doing that? If JPAS says we're already in a recession, how quickly will we test 4,200? I'm kidding, but seriously, what's the best exposure to cattle processing plants? I think it would go nicely with my SPX puts, as all these bulls will be trekked there soon. Hope you're feeling better. Why do people get so inflammatory towards each other based on their bullish or bearishness? So odd. Uh, no, I don't know where you'd get cattle yard exposure. You could buy futures on cattle. See you later, Varix. Fubo pretty cheap right now. It's very cheap right now. Well, historically. It could get cheaper. Did I miss some news on Snap? Not that I'm aware of. Although I don't really follow them very much. They're up 10% this morning. UK calling for better protections for children online. Maybe more TikTok news. No, SPX really isn't getting very good pumpies right now. 4055 selling off a little bit more. Upside still looks pretty strong. I guess I'll pick up some like out of the money puts just to cover the downside here in case volatility picks up. Like 40-30s. I should probably cut the long side of my straddle soon. I don't know if we'll break up through the collar or not. We might not have enough pressure. Inflammatoriness. Here, I have calls just making light of this upwards push that each day looks more and more like confirmation of a large drop incoming. Well, hopefully. As long as like the call positioning remains shorter dated, uh, I'm gonna stay pretty bearish. Fubo's the next Apple. I don't think that's a good thing. Factory orders in 2 minutes. Get ready for absolutely nothing to happen. Oh yeah, nothing. Okay, I already read that. Upstart incredibly touchy today. The entire market is volatile as fuck. I mean, Upstart's always incredibly touchy. And yeah, it's even more illiquid this morning. It's starting to get into like what is its normal range for being shorted. Um we'll see if that gets even worse, but yeah, it's starting to kind of like bots has almost bottomed out. I guess IWR has a little bit more liquidity left in it. Upstart itself is getting pretty illiquid again. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see the cost to borrow on Upstart and GME tick up into the end of this week before ETF FTDs. Then it might cool a little bit towards Opex, but probably keep going up. We're expecting GME earnings to be meh, right? I mean, I'd like them to not be. I don't think we're going to get any forward guidance, but we might get another quarter of positive FCF. Although, with retail sales down, I don't have high expectations. PT for FSLR. Uh, 145 by September. 145, 128 are my two lower price targets, but I don't expect to hit them soon. I don't know why the fuck I keep getting notifications. I haven't done anything. If you didn't have NVIDIA puts, would you pick up something here? It's looking weak. Sure. Maybe like 230s or 225s. But I would try to be patient and wait for like a break of gamma neutral before I did that. I don't think there's any reason to buy puts above gamma neutral. Like it's just risky, right? Especially with gamma neutral rising and as more and more calls are being sold short. I think the opportunity to get more puts is approaching quickly, but I would try to be patient with it. I'm now seeing the JPM analysts predicting Volmageddon 2.0 from mid-Feb. What do you think his handle is in the Discord? Are longer term positions on SPX SPY still very put heavy? Yeah, like the 317, 331, 421 expirations, like the bigger expirations going out into the like next quarter and the end of this quarter are all very put heavy. Straddle JPOW? Yeah, I already am. I'm big sad. My AMD and SPY puts keep going down. I have April, May, and June, but it still hurts seeing them go down 30-40%. Okay, pity party over. Yeah, it sounds like you have a shitload of theta. Now we wait out the thesis. Big happy now. Okay, cool. Don't forget we have SLD next week too. Sup Pickles, been gone for a hot minute. I'm back. Gherk, please call BlackRock ASAP. I'll let them know. Welcome back, BlackRock. I need about 5 weeks to get into my positioning for ouchie downtowns. How do I keep the market pumped until then? Individually, I I'm not sure how you'd pull that off. Ooh, breaking the top of the collar. Kind of just leave that there. Let's see how futures are looking. Shut up. Futures testing 4070, 4071. They broke right through 4070. Momentum looks good. Yep. Let's see how far the gamma goes up. 4075, 4080, 85. Looking strong. Could be headed towards the gap. The gap is at like 4080 to 40. I guess it's 4083. 4082 to 4088. Roughly. fucking collar. Maybe about 5 weeks. I really hope J Powell will tank the market again. My March puts are dead at the moment. March what? He might. I mean, we don't know what the fuck he's gonna say. I will say that last year, he was extremely good at not saying anything. 2 days of grilling led to him repeating the same thing about 2,000 times. So I'm gonna go with most likely he's gonna stick to the narrative, and the paper that I put in the Discord yesterday is gonna be kind of his guideline for that. I will say that if he expounds on the importance of the labor market in their ability to temper pricing or price stability, and then we get bad jobs data following it, that's not going to be a good look. Don't forget that most of the labor market data this week is coming out after his testimony. Yeah, I still think ES looks pretty good. $40.70. All right. They're expecting more downs on GME into SLD or just some chop around here. We could fall a little bit more into SLD. Don't forget though that we have ETF FTDs beginning at the end of this week, and they're not super high, but they are about 500,000 a day for 4 or 5 days in a row. So I would be careful with covered calls. Also, they're going to announce earnings, which is going to probably bump up implied volatility. I don't know if they'll do it today, but probably today or tomorrow. Upstart greater than GME. Yeah, briefly. I mean, and also fundamentally. I have to make doo-doo, but someone at work absolutely ruined the bathroom. Wish me luck, lads. I think Upstart right now is also being speculated on in the event that there is a pivot from the Fed, which I think a lot of the market is hoping for and are very unlikely to get. Is this Jensen cranking the soft goods of this AI platform model factory systems? It very well could be. We'll find out at their GTC conference on the 20th. What are your thoughts on Upstart? I like it a lot. I own a bunch of it. It's a stock I enjoy. I think they're still in for a pretty rough 2023 that are undervalued in a stable credit environment, which we may not see for a while. Am I banned or shadow banned? My messages aren't going through. What would have to happen for me to convince you that we're in a bull market? Break 4,100? Well, 4120. I don't know if you're shadow banned. Are you shadow banned? At what price are you going to cut your call side straddle today? I'll probably hold it to see if we fill the gap. I may hold it longer. I have March 17 calls, so I don't have any reason to cut it right now. I don't think. So basically, we want to start getting into an Opex position early to mid this week, targeting past the 17th. If I buy an Opex position, it's just going to be leaps. If we start running, then I'll buy some weeklies. Or, yeah. Gherk, you're the spitting image of Jamie Dimon. How dare you? Also, thanks. Ever considered dyeing your hair silver? No, I think I'll let it come naturally. So basically, you want to start getting into an OPEX early. Okay, I complained about my stop earlier, but in hindsight, I think I said it perfectly. It bumped me out of a 4160. Nice. This is starting to lose like a little bit of momentum. Ooh. Pick up some momentum. Hold on. Still got some more range on it. It's not done yet. Where the fuck? Oh shit. Okay. Nope. A little more room. 4075. Is this contract broken or something? What the fuck? Okay, there we go. What expiry is your straddle for JPAD tomorrow? March 17th. The straddle I opened last Friday is for March 17th. Not really a straddle. I have 40 calls and 40-50 puts. Did you miss my Ko-Fi? Maybe. Hold on. The 4070 just sold off kind of hard. No one's selling the 4065. Oh, there it goes. Oh, nice. I got a fucking sweet exit on those. Um, okay. Sorry, John. I'll take a look. Did you did you ask me about the Oh, okay, never mind. Don't you have a Ko-Fi mod to make sure nothing is missed? I thought I did. Check DPZ Domino's, nice bounce. Yeah, that is a nice bounce. Huh. Butch Granite, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. I appreciate it, dude. Guys, give Butch a shout out for hooking you up. That was a nice bounce on Domino's. There's a nice fat gap to fill there, too. What? Was their guidance really bad or something? Or was it just the revenue miss? Because the revenue miss was small, right? What's Domino's market capitalization so low? You think they'd be worth more fucking money than that? Is this call side position gonna collapse here? Oh shit. That sold off kind of hard. 40.75, 80, and 85 are still pretty strong. I'd watch out if we pull back below 40.60 though. Upstart's fucking kicking ass. Someone will dump into zero DT calls. Don't worry. We'll see. I have a little like out of the money hedge. Thoughts on 421, 395p? Or better to wait and see what JPass says tomorrow. It's probably better to wait. I think today is gonna be pretty volatile. Also, VIX is up a little bit today. 421, 395. I mean, maybe they're not bad at this price. I guess if you enter now, you just need to be prepared to pull them back if the market pushes higher. Like if the market pushes above its gap at 40.88, I would probably pull those back and wait and re-enter. No, there's some like news in Europe and England about like TikTok, like reducing youth exposure to TikTok. Generally, that's what pumps Snap when it does pump. If the market keeps pumping for the next couple days, could it trigger a risk off in the basket or not enough obligations right now? Probably not. Generally, market pumps alone aren't sufficient. Maybe on some stocks. Uh, if BBBY's call volume's like crazy, I could see that maybe risking off. Wow, Nvidia really going for it. I'm gonna sell more fucking 250s. Who the fuck is buying Nvidia? Probably shorts. Looks like the October 3rd price action to 407, like I mentioned Friday. I still don't see the correlation with October 3rd. Why would a cross above 4120 indicate we're back in a bull market, or did I hear you wrong? I wouldn't be carrying puts if we cross above 4120. Also, you forgot to time me out. Just making sure you're up to date. Son of a bitch. Where are the moderators? Someone go get walking and time him out for 24 hours. Exactly, Mike sells CCs. Do you think SPX will keep pumping if JPAS says nothing? There's another week until SLD for any real downside. We have, so at the end of this week, we have jobs data, which is expected to be bad. Analysts have been terrible in predicting this. Unemployment's still heading down. Jolts has been, I don't think I've seen an even remotely accurate analyst estimation of Jolts yet. And then non-farm payrolls are expected to be up, right? So all the jobs data bad. Then we have CPI, PPI next week. Both of which are, coming off the back of another hot PCE print and 2 months of higher month-over-month inflation. So I expect both of these to be up, maybe moderately, but still up. And 3 data points is a trend, right? If they're flat or down, I would be surprised. Down would be even more surprising. Flat, I guess, could happen. Then that's followed by SLD, and then Opex. And this is all like this is in the next 6 trading days. And then we enter SLD. SPX OI update. Yeah, because I can do those sort of live right now. Looks like 4080 sold off a bit and 4085. 4070, 4065 also selling off. A little bit of a dump at 4075 as well. We'll see if more comes in. Right now, really no put interest until it hits 4060. So still really safe above the collar. Equities up, bonds up. Sounds right. Yep. That's the new normal. Risk-free rate of 4.75%, and people are plowing their money into indices on contracting margins. Yeah, the jobs data is largely ignored because the Fed has minimized the importance of it over the last several meetings, right? It's still important. They can't get price stability without a turnaround in the labor market. But I think that they've given up, in a sense, attempting to turn around the labor market in the near term. And I think they just hope that the dragging effect of a higher terminal rate will pull it back and like over time. Any theories on this pump? The Fed's basically squashed any hints of a pause in the near term. Well, last week Bostic said they were gonna consider pausing, right? Or only move forward with 0.25. I just don't see a world where we get 0.25 again if inflation comes in hot a third time. Right? So if CPI and PPI come in hot again next week, there's no fucking way they're moving forward with another 0.25. They're going to probably try to hit their terminal rate early in the year, right? And then they'll probably raise their target rate for the end of the year. Every major bank is still betting on the like the terminal rate hitting, 5.4 to 5.75. Some of them are saying 6. Inflation swaps are trading at 6%. So I don't think any big money is really bullish right now. And we still have some fairly compelling evidence that, equities are continuing to sell off while indices pump. And that should be concerning to everybody. Here's what I don't get. We went down 620 basis points, then we bounced back 250, and everyone acts like that was it. It's a bull market. It's the same as like when GME drops 10% and then goes back 2%, and everyone's like, this is MOASS. But Gork, green candle. Yeah. I think everyone just forgetting that we were at 4,200 like in the middle of last month. I got banned from our stocks for bringing up that exact point. Oh, you can't tell those people not to DCA. NW. I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but they're gonna DCA regardless of the price. I think our usage of MOASS is almost entirely ironic. Half square, everyone thinks you're dead, okay? I don't remember anything after 15 minutes. Fair enough. Are you smelling the smoke from the Bronx? No? Is there smoke happening in the Bronx? Ugh. Hold on one second. Huh. Yes. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I got margin called. Okay. Is that good? Oh, I just fucking didn't do the math on my balance. I'm gonna pick up some more investment grade bonds. No, margin calls aren't nearly as exciting as you're making them out to be. Hmm. Okay. No, I'm fine. I just gotta wire some money over and fucking buy some marginable shit. All right. SPX reversing. It keeps failing the test of 4075, but I think that's mostly because the zero DTAs are selling off there. I've been in the YouTube stream every day. Yeah, but people still think you're dead. They keep saying it. They're like, oh man, I'm really worried about half square. I want my margin and I want it now. BlackRock let this $3 help you to restore your good credit and name. Thanks, Seacraft. I appreciate it. Top post in our stocks. Unpopular opinion. S&P will have 6% annualized returns for the next 3 years. So anyway, I DCA'd probably. That's worse than 3M. If you're down on a 30 to 45 DCA option, would you average down contracts or rather aim for contracts nearer to the money. I 30 to 45. It's up to you. Getting contracts near the money is almost a hedge against a failed position. I don't know how far out of the money you are on those contracts. If you're really far out of the money, it might be good to capture something a little closer. But if you're not that far out of the money, then maybe you have a good chance of, or a good opportunity to average down. What's your cost basis on your 3750s? Hold on. A 765. They're at like 10 right now. But I bought them when we were up a lot more. Um they're gonna be worthless pretty soon if we keep moving up. How far do you choose for strike on strangle for SPX? 50 BPS, 100 BPS out of the money? That depends on how much theta I buy on it. Generally speaking, like if it's fairly short dated, 3 to 5 DTE, no more than 10 BPS, maybe 15 if volatility is really high. Otherwise, I would just straddle. For further dated strangles, yeah, I could be as far out as 50, usually not 100 BPS. How high do you think SPX could top out today? It's just done one retracement. I don't know if it's able to sustain this price above the collar. There's a chance that there's a chance that we can move up into like the gap on the upside at like 40.88. No one's worried about half square. Noted, Grizz. Well, I've been selling calls on NVIDIA, so it's been chewing up a bunch of margin. I sold some Friday, and I just sold a few more, and I'm probably going to sell a few more here in a minute. I guess worst case scenario, I end up owning some NVIDIA. Good spot for some NVIDIA puts. It could be. It's it's kind of right at its like upper resistance right now. It's a little risky. I'd probably wait to confirm that this rejects if I was going like at the money. Yeah, a lot of Nasdaq stocks have been pumping really hard. Lots and lots of money going into tech with the expectation that the Fed's going to pivot. This is the movement of a healthy functioning market, right? Sure. I don't think they have a conference today. The GTC conference, the one that Jensen kept bringing up, is in like later this month, like March 20th or something. Remember when I said back to 4,000? My next funny joke is see you at 24 VIX tomorrow AM. That's a bold statement. What do you think? J-Pow's just going to get on the congressional seat and start crying? A 260 is Gamma Max. $4,100's pumping hard. Ooh, yeah, volume's way up on the 4,100. But nothing in between? What the fuck? Sold? Yeah, maybe Sodal. Nice, dork. Domino's and Wetzel's Pretzels, the only true stocks. Chewy, Dough to the moon. Domino's just keeps going. Also, check Chewy. I don't want to look at Chewy. I hate that company. Which one would tank the market harder? Tactical nuke in the Ukraine or J-Pow crying tomorrow saying everything is lost? Oh, definitely J-Pow crying. There's a big chunk of the Ukraine that's already pretty irradiated. No, obviously a tactical nuke would have the use of nuclear weapons would have a dramatic effect. I don't know if it would cause the market to crash. It might just cause Lockheed Martin stock to go sky high. I have a serious question. Which is better and more accurate view of market volatility, the VIX or Tootsie Roll? You know, you can look at VIX in different time frames, right? There's like 9 days. There's VIX. There's 3 month. You don't have to just look at VIX. Jimmy looking like the daily chart. We just hit Feb 2021. Oh Jesus. don't know how to interpret VIX moving in tandem with SPX. It generally implies that there's a lot of options interest. Let me see how longer dated stuff's starting to look. Okay, 4,100 picking up a lot of interest right now. We seem pretty stable between 40.65, 40.75. Still not a lot of interest between 40.75 and 4,100. Gamma is starting to flatten out a lot around the around 40.30. I wonder if that means end of this afternoon we're gonna draw down towards the lower range of the short side that's coming in. Looks like a lot of puts being bought on 317. Let me check 331. Yeah. 331's really flat. 4030, 4060. Well, 4065 is the JPM collar. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens here. Maybe they're selling calls 4100, starting to straddle around the gamma flip point, close to 4030. The 0DT call side underneath us is starting to break down a bit, which kind of makes you think that the 4100s are sold. VIX was up too, so. Time to sell GME CCs for 310. I wouldn't sell CCs into the end of this week on GME. At what point would you start getting out of your April NVIDIA puts? If it breaks 250, or because if it breaks 250, it's probably just on its way to Gamma Max, and I need to pull back until it hits it. Or if it goes out till. Mm, I guess if it doesn't see any significant pullback during SLD. Right now, my April position, I needed to drop to like 216 by like March. I think like March 23rd at the latest. I'd also take 220 before then. That'd be cool. Can you take a pick at Hertz? Peek at Hertz? Sure. Earnings were doing good. Gapped up this morning pretty hard. I don't know. Hertz is right at resistance. It's a little risky. I guess it could keep breaking up. I think they're a little bit undervalued. They've been doing quite well. So maybe it continues to break up, but if the market starts to fall here, I wouldn't bet on it. I can't tell if they're bought or sold yet. I have no idea. They're there. They're there without a lot of support, which would, kind of indicate that they're sold. Like it's not like somebody was coming. Generally, the 0DTE pump is very like even, right? You've got like your 40-50, 40-55, 40-60, 40-65, and then like you'll have like bigger ones like 40-70. But right now it's just kind of like you hit 40-75 and then it drops off into 40-80, 40-85, and then drops off even more before going up into 100. So yeah, there's not a lot of interest in this range, which makes me think that these are, especially because they're 0DTEs, it makes me think that they're sold. If they pull those back, though, I mean, that'll cause the market to run. So if we pump up to like 40-85 and they pull back their short calls, then that's gonna push the market higher. Is an institution trying to force the JPM collar to roll? I mean, I don't think the JPM collar is gonna roll at like $5 above the collar. I think you should look at FSLR. I think it's topping in this area. I mean, I already closed my calls on FSLR on Thursday last week. So if it tops here, cool. I'll probably pick up some more puts. Volume's been declining, so probably. See, this is kind of the point in the day where I was talking about we want to see if they start coming in with more call side after the rejection. And it looks like they are a little bit at 40-75, 40-80, 40-85. Thanks, Shaban. How you been? Kenny blew his wad on Apple again. I thought that was Goldman. June 35, C, SQQQ. That might not be bad. $32 entries, a little better. Or 33. Although you may not get that entry. I'd still want to enter that sub 35. Not like right now, that'd be in the money. I wouldn't want to buy in the money calls on SQQQ. Not unless you're gonna sell something against the position. I just did take a peek at Hertz. Did you not hear what I said? I said it's at resistance. If the market continues to fail here, I wouldn't chase it. But I like them. I like how their earnings have been looking. Jimmy 1550 or 21, more likely the next few days. Probably not 15 till after ETF FTDs. So if we're gonna see a price that low, it's probably not gonna be until like the week of SLD. We might see a little shorting this week before ETF FTDs begin, but I would say that we'll probably see the ETF FTDs clear out, which will most likely keep prices stable, unless the market's still trending by then. And then once there's some liquidity, there's some potential downside the following week. So I'd watch like the 8th, 9th, and 10th, especially. And then after the 10th, probably not a lot of upside until Opex. How do you set the slider on WeBull to change your stops without keep having to modify the order manually? You have to use stop losses. So market orders, you can't do it with limits. Limits you have to adjust manually. Are GME ETF FTDs consistent with price improvement, or is it historically mixed? I mean, so the majority of ETF FTDs have led to price improvement, but since the split, they have not as much. Well, I shouldn't say since the split. Since August, ETF FTD's price improvement has been minimal. There was some in September. It was okay. XRT's not on reg show, so we don't have to worry about offset FTDs. Early January had some that were all right and led to a little bit of price improvement. But they're not nearly as dramatic as they were before the split. They're also not as high. Any chance of 4,000 today? Probably not. There's a lot of call side support at 40.25 that's like in the money. And it's got some theta on it. So I would say it's unlikely we fall below 40.25. Right now it's pretty unlikely we fall below 40.65, frankly. Yeah, to drag your stops like that, you open up the options chart and then you set your order, right? So you can close and then you set market or sorry, stop. And then you choose your stop price like that. And then you can adjust it. I straddle the call side up big. Hard to decide if I should cut it since we're already up this much. Or do you see the rest of the day? Or the rest of the week we could go up a lot. I don't know how much theta you have. That's pretty important. But if you're up a lot on the call side, yeah, you could consider shaving off some profits. You don't have to close the entire straddle unless it's just one contract. You could scale out of it. Hold on one second. I want to finish answering the rest of that Ko-Fi. All right. I haven't stopped out of my straddle yet. I have a stop in place though. So I've already locked in like whatever profitability it's gonna see. If we start to fall near the collar, I'll stop out of it. But I'll probably hang on if we retest like 4080. Are you holding March 17 calls on GME? No. Oh, like covered calls? I have covered calls out. I'm considering rolling in case it's delayed for some reason. Thanks for explaining all the macro data. It really helps. Yeah, no problem, small berries. No, I don't have any long calls on GME right now. I have some synthetic longs at 20, but that's it. Is there a lot of long-term SPX call interest? Or mainly zero DTEs? Mainly zero DTEs. There's a bit of call interest further out, but not a ton of it. Most of it's over the next 3 days. After the next 3 days, call interest falls off pretty hard. Although it can continue to build, right? Like that's just an initial position. We could see more call interest come in over the rest of this week. Should I ask where the fattest stack of puts? I think the fattest stacks of puts are at like 4,000, but the gamma at that level is fairly even. It's like hold on. There's a lot of out of the money puts into the end of the month. Yeah, the fattest stack of puts is at 4,000. There's about 130,000 puts open at 4,000. BTU is a decent income generator. Yeah, I like it a lot. It maintains a nice amount of volatility without being wildly unpredictable. I've been selling CCs and covered calls on it for like 6 months now. Maybe a little longer. Jesus, time flies. A year? Hmm. Why won't Nvidia die? Well, people keep buying it. You're talking about equities selling off yesterday. What else do you look at besides price? Well, you can look at the correlation between individual equities, larger ones, and their primary indexes. So you can look at the correlation like Nvidia to QQQ and SPY, for instance, right? And you can see which one is becoming more liquid faster. So we can use liquidity analysis. We can look at the options chain um, to some extent to give an indication of where short positioning is coming in and where uh, longs on the underlying are selling covered calls. If they're selling covered calls like at the money, they're not very bullish, right? Um, we can look at like VIX, well, to some extent. No stops. Why? Any evidence of more zero DT buying on SPX? Looks like it's stagnating over lunch like normal. Yes, there's more zero DT buying on SPX. As a matter of fact, today's looking very similar to Friday. And I would be a little cautious that it could continue to move up. 4075, 4080, and 4085 all picking up some interest right now. 4095 and 4100 a little bit as well. 4090 is still kind of dead. BTU cover calls is a pickles pick, wasn't it? Yeah. In the money at earnings was the last set I sold. Could this be a bigger player stranded up in the 4100s, and they're trying to zero DT grappling hook their way back up to mulligan on their position after realizing the floor is going to fall out soon? We'll find out. No, I don't think so. There was a big 4100 position before SLD and the markets dropped, but all of it was like closed out. The current positioning at 4100 is fairly new. I don't know if it's sold or not. NVIDIA is my largest position, 869 shares at 115, but you all want it to die. I mean, it's not that we want it to die, it's just that it's massively overvalued, right? I think NVIDIA is a great company. I don't think they're the number one semiconductor company in the world. And I also think that they're not making any money right now, which is a big problem. Worse yet, they're not really talking to their investors about the fact that they're not making any money right now and that their revenues are down 33% year over year. They're currently valued, at making to maintain their current valuation. They would need to make like $150 billion by like 2027, which they're fucking nowhere near doing. Not to mention they're fabless, right? They don't have their own fabricators, so they're completely reliant on positive relations with Taiwan, which may or may not continue, right? And they're backing all of this pump based on a technology that they haven't even built out the infrastructure on yet. If I was long on Nvidia at $115, I sure as fuck wouldn't be holding it for the next 3 years. Their chat GPT will pick them winning lotto numbers. There's a private chef house party this weekend, and one course was corn and mascarpone capelliti served with in a corn bisque, shaved jalapeno oil. Mind blowing. Never had corn taste. You've never tasted corn? Or corn plus jalapeno? Corn's subtly sweet. So, well, not even that subtle. It's pretty sweet. So it probably pairs well with spicy. Kirk doesn't understand the value of NVIDIA's soft goods and how much they can crank that AI product they haven't developed yet. Yeah, apparently. Never had corn taste like that. It was unreal. Chef used to private for a billionaire. Took the Lambo to pick up groceries. Super chill guy. Sounds tasty. Have you not learned anything? Buy the rumor, sell the news. VIX had a large spike and immediately dumped back down. Do you have any thoughts on why it jumped so much? Lots of options buying. Oh, here we go. Is this gonna break out or just fail again? I'm gonna start moving my stops up. Isn't Nvidia selling shares into these rising prices? They have a shelf offer. I don't know if they've declared any of it completed yet. Hmm. Ooh. Call side 0DTs are falling off a bit. 4080 just closed out pretty hard. It's like maybe 4085 too. Huh. VIX at 1870. What's up, Casey? Hey, Girk, I've been away all day. I see Jimmy's following the market. Are 21cc expiring this Friday at risk, or do you see it falling off again? I'm up 60% and tempted to close. I don't think your temptation is incorrect. We have ETF FTDs at the end of the week, and at some point this week, GME's going to announce earnings, which will probably spike IV a little bit. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of holding covered calls into the end of this week. It's high time to maybe start looking at the profitability on those. I was under the impression NVIDIA is a phenomenal company. Oh, it is. Yeah. Well, has been. Why so much interest in puts? Is it just overvalued? Massively. It's currently trading at prices above its 2022 quarter four, right? Drastically above. On 25% increased overhead, 33% reduced revenue, and 57% lower EPS. It was pushing up, not fearful of the JPM collar. I would think that if JPM sold off futures in defense, it would destroy the push up from sub 39.50. They're not going to sell off futures. They'll sell off futures if we fall below the collar. Above the collar, they'll buy futures. Right? So as prices move above the collar, they buy futures in order to hedge the upside. If we fall below the collar, they start to sell futures off. 138 PE. Enough said. Yeah. It's pretty fucking ridiculous. So within the collar, price is more stable. Outside of the collar, price accelerates up or down. No, actually, prices are more stable outside of the collar. The collar acts so because it's so big, it acts kind of as its own like little gamma neutral. Above the collar, you have JPM buying into futures, you have market makers selling into falling prices, selling into rising prices, buying into falling prices, right? Below the collar, you have JPM selling off futures and the market maker selling into falling prices, buying into rising prices. So it's actually more volatile below the collar than it is above. Above the collar is like a lower volatility hedging range. I just want VIX to gap up 600 BPS, then SPX to gap down 350 BPS. Is that too much to ask? No. Something about pairing the word cranking with soft goods that gets me dying every time. Just why? I use it every time I got a poo now. Because it was fucking ridiculous. That's why. Their whole earnings call was a shit show. You look so crystal clear. I changed the drivers on my camera. I don't know what that did, but it made me prettier. My OnlyFans revenue is gonna skyrocket now. Bill auction in 5 minutes. Cool. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Oh my god, I'm loving this fucking real-time gag shit. Dork, this shit is awesome. Re 4065 is not very strong. There's some support at 4060 though. So does that mean I can just buy a 4065 put right here? And I get free money? Wait, no, fill out my order, you bitch. There we go. Is this a bad range to strangle spy? Oh, strangling the collar is usually pretty awesome, actually, in my experience. If you can get an entry at the collar, strangles are awesome. If it breaks the collar, do you think we'll fill the gap down? I don't know. We could. But 4060 has a decent amount of support though. If we fell below 4060, then yeah, there's a chance we could fill the gap. 4060 is starting to pick up quite a lot of put volume. 4050 and 4040 also pretty decent. So yes, it's possible. But again, yeah, we need to break down below 4060. No problem, Hazy. I thought Jimmy earnings were March 16th. They haven't announced them as far as I'm aware. Whatever date you're seeing on your brokerage is just an estimate. 4065 is the top of the collar. Do you see SPY following the longer term trend to 424? That would be ridiculous. I think we'd have to have some serious shift in the macro data to see that. We would need cooling inflation or a Fed pivot. Is there any rule on how far in advance earnings need to be announced? I think so. I think it's like 7 days. GME usually cuts it pretty close before they announce them. How much more upside do you think this fake pump has in it? Let's not call it a fake pump until it fails. Right? Don't forget that a fake pump can lead to real established long positions. I think that's a bad way to think about it. I think will this pump last? Right now it doesn't look like we're seeing a lot of longer dated call positioning come in, which would indicate that the bullish sentiment is short term at best. I've used Tradedics, it's bullshit. CSPs once GME earnings are called free money. Well, once puts start coming in on GME and the delta skews, then CSPs are really advantageous. Right now, I think like put skew isn't very significant on GameStop yet. I'll take a look, but yeah, I don't think it's very relevant right now. Is it better shorter dated? No, yeah. CSPs really aren't worth it yet. Are you getting your data from CBOE? We get our data from a data provider that gets their data from CBOE. CBOE and Opera, actually. Both, I think. I think they get the pricing from Opera and then the OI data from CBOE. Yeah, and they do a shit job at it. Yeah. Well, I mean, when we get the data, it's fine. It's just when we don't. We're using Trinia. Oh, you mean just on the most important days for us to get data? Yeah. When it mysteriously doesn't work anymore. I bought 331, 3750p around the 3950 mark that are pretty badly red. Is it too early to roll? No. You could reposition those. I might wait until like tomorrow or the next day to see where price stabilizes into the Powell's testimony. You might get a better opportunity to roll. You might not, but you might. Have you ever seen the SNL skit with Chris Kattan and Horatio Sands, where Chris is Antonio Banderas and is too sexy, too sexy? The clarity on your camera now makes me think of that skit. Thanks, Baradactyl. But macro conditions have not changed. No. And can pure sentiment because of zero DTE buying hold the market up for more than a few days? I mean, hopefully not. Don't underestimate the power and stupidity of bulls ever, right? We talked about this a lot before SLD, and we had, you know, a big epic price drop. Bulls don't do a lot of thinking; they just buy. It's dangerous to stand in their way. No, Fubo's still a play. I'm still in Fubo. I have a bunch of covered calls out on it right now. I actually got assigned on a few, which was weird. GME outperforming SPX. Could this be early ETF covering? I don't think we have very many ETF FTDs today. I know we have a few, but it's pretty minimal. I can check. I think Carl sent them to me. Today's what, the 6th? We have like 300,000 today. It's not very high. I think mostly GME is just tracking with the market, and it's pretty illiquid right now. Remember, we don't get any significant liquidity back until after the ETF FTDs are completed. That's okay. I don't need the ones from last week just yet, Carl. Take your time. As a former permabull, I can confirm that statement. 317 puts that are slightly in the money, but down 30%. Wait, what? You're in the money and down 30%? Worth rolling pre or post JPOW. Slightly in the money puts, but you're down. Well, if you're still in the money, why do you want to roll them? Like, your theta decay is minimized, right? I guess it depends on how in the money you are when you say slightly. Are you like 0.5 delta, 0.6 delta? 30-minute study break. I'm coming with the hardball questions. I need to know, do you own any graphic t-shirts or just those comfy single color ones? I have the cat t-shirt. I think that might be it. Oh no, I have a Jack Daniels t-shirt too. 50 BPS strangle with 5 DTE on SPX from spot, or just 8 DTE SPX call with 20 BPS from spot to recoup my losses from SPX puts. 50 BPS strangle, 5 DTE, or just 8 DTE SPX call. I mean, one of those is obviously way safer than the other one. um, I guess you could bet on the upside, although we just failed a pretty important test. Um, and the upside's looking a little weaker right now. That can shift really quickly, but next time you're buying into cat, you should just say nothing and wear the cat t-shirt. Interesting. Ooh, that's a big head and shoulders. Futures look like they're about to sell off the 4070 level. VIX is trending down here though, which is odd. Bonds are even. Russell's selling off hard today. It's down 70 BPS. That's interesting. Dixie down. Euro up, but the pound's down. Huh. Tesla's getting fucking hammered. What's Apple doing? Hold on. Still pumping. I kind of want to buy some puts on Apple soon. I saw some covered calls on Google this week too. AMD's having a decent day. QQQ is going to start pulling back. Interesting. NVIDIA selling off harder than the indices? Netflix looks good for a little bit more upside here. 30, 25. Maybe 30. It's a good bounce. Earlier today, new US model price cuts on Tesla. Okay. Diamond talking about Russia UA war. Okay. How about some 150 May puts on Apple? Seems pretty limited here. Upside seems pretty. I agree. Apple's been running pretty hard. That's 3% days in a row. It could test like 160. Jamie Dizzle about to do an interview on Bloomberg. Does he just schedule interviews when the collar gets crossed to the upside? Like someone calls him up like, "Hey, SPX is trading above the collar," and he's like, "All right, give me a meeting on Bloomberg. I'm gonna say some depressing shit." I heard Marge called someone. Is this true? Yeah, I had to deposit like $5,000 into my Schwab account. Get fucked. I don't know. The naked calls I sold on NVIDIA are doing pretty fucking well. I no longer need that money. Does that mean you don't have money for your power bill? No, I'm okay on my power bill. Thanks, Popcorn Trader, for worrying about me. Does SPX still have positioning down to 40-30? Yes. What kind of positioning are you looking for? There's call side interest at 40-25. There's quite a lot of 0DT put interest uh, further down than 40-30. 0DT interest kind of goes all the way down to 4,000. 40-50 is the highest concentration. Like 40-50, 40-40. Man, everything's just so disjointed lately. I fucking nailed the top of that NVIDIA run with those CCs. Very happy. No, naked calls, I guess. They're naked. Garbage price action. So far, our thoughts on today seem to be pretty correct with the morning doing what it's done so up to now. We'll see what happens. Fall back through the collar and there's some downside potential. I'm trying out options trading. I made 100% on 0 DT calls in the run earlier. Lost all of the profits trying to predict where the market going to be, and it went sideways. Well, there's something to learn there. I was thinking about picking up some 0 DT puts. I have a few. I also have puts at 40.50, but I don't think I want to close those. I think if we fall below 40.50, I'm just gonna buy some 40.50 calls. So I'm stopped out of the long side of the straddle. And I think I'll re-enter the like March 17 40.50s on a downside move. Yeah, I like that for now. Still support at 40.60. You mentioned a ton of calls were sold off on Friday. We didn't see a huge drop because the market maker hedge didn't drop. We didn't see that this morning either, due to more bot calls. Yeah, the more 0 DTs came in this morning in the pre-market, which would have. I mean, we got a little bit of a sell-off at market open, like right here. Like we tested 40.50, sold off back, or tested 40.55 and sold off back to 40.50, and then even more 0 DT call volume started coming in, and we really didn't have any significant pullbacks until just now, after the test at like 40.80. What's your expiration for Fubo CCs and what strikes? I have them sold at $2.50 and $2 for March 17th. Do you have some GME CCs open right now? Yes. I still have the 50 open for the 17th at 17, and then I have open covered calls at 22, 50, and 25 still. I closed out the 20s already last week. I'll probably close out the 17s. I think they're up like 57% or something. And then towards the middle of this week, I'll probably close out the 22s and 25s, because those are up like 80 something percent right now. Fubo have a chance to get above $2 during March Opex. Sure. I just stayed at a nice house in Pebble Beach for the weekend. Every toilet had a bidet and the cheapest toilet paper imaginable. Let's get those like numbers up. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. I appreciate it. How's the 17cc on GME in the money right now? They're up like 40. Well, these are up like 49. These are up like 53. So they're doing okay. Webcam fixed. Yeah, just fixed. I didn't get a new one yet. I'm gonna buy a new one though. I'm just gonna get like a real camera and stop fucking around with these webcams that keep breaking all the time. I have a call option expiring 3 months from now, and every morning at open, my call goes up 4,000% and the money for a few seconds, and then back down. Can I scalp those gains or nah? I mean, you could try to put in as like a limit sale, and then if it triggers, it's someone else's problem, right? Although it does sound like a glitch. A Sony or Nikon? Sony or Canon, maybe. So I spoke with a YouTube community liaison recently. Um, and this channel has two problems. Well, three, I guess. One, it's shadow banned. Has been since like last August. Two, low quality audio and video. Three, 285,000 reports over the course of the last year. I can't really fix this one, but I could improve the audio and video quality a little bit, right? RSS doing their job. there was one day there was like one day for GME earnings last year that I had the most reports of any video on YouTube for that month. Can you show us any of this? I don't know how. They don't give me the information. It's like on their side with the algorithm, I think. But they said as long as I continue to follow the community guidelines and improve my audio and video quality, I should receive less reports. Oh, stock god, patron of UOB, leader of centaurs, spreads, and calves, may this tithe keep you from the evil graces of Con Ed. May your smell power hour. Maybe switch to Twitch? Maybe. Hear Cenas and taste Kendra's comments. I don't want to taste Kendra's comments. They'd be icky. Thank you, Chaku. Your conversion of viewers to paying members has got to be extremely high. Is it? I don't know. I mean, I guess, yeah, the cult members are very faithful. I mean, viewers. This channel's about as big as you want it anyway, right? I don't know. I'm competitive. Yes, I don't want to deal with more people. If I could somehow make the channel larger and not have more people, that would be ideal. VIX back below 1850. Yep, and that's all it took. Hold on. Let's see how positioning's looking. Ooh, someone's buying 4075s again. 4080s? A little bit. Maybe I should buy a 4075. Aha. It could be more engaging if you critically reviewed DD on Reddit during market lulls. Man, I don't want to read that garbage. I'm surprised language wasn't noted as an issue on the stream. Well, I've gotten a few warnings about my mouth in the past. That's part of the community guidelines. The clips would be sublime and his report would moon. What, DD? That's okay, yeah. Sold 4075s? No way to tell. Maybe. It's okay, I have puts too. It's a pretty mouth. Thank you. YouTube called me and told me I had a pretty mouth. They tell you what to do with it? I think it's just like if you go a long enough period without a lot of reports, then you get unshadow banned. Or without breaking community content guidelines. When can you remove the shadow ban? Oh, do you think NVIDIA 169 is a meme? I mean, how long are you willing to wait for that price? I don't. I think that's far closer to a fair valuation, but it could take a long time to see that. Just say DRS is the way. Make a clip out of it, and the number of reports will be cut in half. Never. It wasn't described as shadow banning. I don't know if they're allowed to say that to people. It was described as fringe content, which is not popular. That never happens. Stock needs to watch you from time to time for actual information. Yeah, I know. The reports are probably just all of chat reporting every Kendra Ko-Fi. Does anyone actually know someone that has DRS? Fresh did once. Is May a good amount of theta for NVIDIA? I'm looking at the 200 and 195. I have 195 for June. I don't think May's bad. May's a really decent amount of theta and plenty of time to reposition if you need to. Just make a clip and say you can DRS if you want to. You can leave your profits behind. I guess I could. Dude, fringe content, that's not popular. You should be killing it with goth women. I mean, I do okay. No, actively now. No. But to be fair, if someone's like, hey, I DRS'd, I probably wouldn't want to talk to them for very long. Unless the follow-up was, how the fuck do I get my shares out of this piece of shit? When's computer shares next earnings? You're always going to have a high amount of reports. SS is threatened by your experience adding clout to your researched opinions. Hedge funds threatened by you figuring out their methods. Thanks, Stefan. My mom has a bunch of DRS stock she inherited from my grandpa. Apparently he bought it and DRS'd it back in the 40s and 50s. Jesus. Is it worth anything? I think you guys might underestimate the number of people who've DRS'd. I've never mentioned it to my family, and they have all DRS'd, even my friends. What? I don't even know a single person who owns GameStop besides, like, out of my friends, besides me. Well, that's not true. I know one guy who bought a lot of it, but I'm not sure if he's still in or not. Imagine how big the stream would be if you shilled the DRS. Oh, I know. I knew that when DRS became a thing. Was it Enron? It's pretty sweet, C-Mill. Only DRS shares I like to keep forever. All of my Tootsie Roll. Nice. Thanks, Aaron. I told my dad shorts had to close and shares were going to 1,000, and he bought a few shares at 200 pre-split and now mocks me. The stocks were ROK, RTX, and Otis, but apparently there's something else when he bought it, and they've sold off and split over the years. Huh. Yeah, someone said Tootsie Roll Dork. Relax. I live in a decent neighborhood and did buy a GameStop hoodie for reasons. I used to walk the dog in said hoodie and then met some mouth breathers who wanted to discuss DRS. I no longer wear said hoodie. Okay. Yeah, I understand that. I wouldn't wear GameStop merch outside either. Can Apple take a breather? Jesus fucking Christ. No. A friend of mine full ported GME at 220 due to my convincing. I used to see him every week for years. I haven't spoken to him in 6 months. Is that what's happened? Is that everyone was so bullish on GME that their only friends are now the pickle jar? Do I need to unban everybody so everybody can be with their only friends? No, they deserve to be banned. No, I'm not unbanning Ka. Ever. Well, that's just because you're actually banned, Sads. Problem is, my friends were people I worked with. Now I work from home, and you are all my new friends. I see. So when I ban someone, it's like exiling a family member for you, huh? Ban JFresh. Interesting. I wonder if you get more work done. You know, that's not a bad idea, Carl. I like the way you think. I've been work from home since 2017. Now that it's cool, I want to go back to the office. Shids and Fards is my family's actual doctor. Jesus Christ. If you banned JFresh, he would come out with some amazing work to seek your approval. No. But he might spend less time shitposting in the Pores chat. Your viewers will go up if JFresh is banned. I'll like the stream. I was away from the stream for a bit this morning. Did I hear correctly that RC banned you from the earnings call after JPOW didn't see his shadow when he came out of the hole on Groundhog's Day? That sounds like you've pretty much figured everything out, Tim. If you guys ban each other, I'll unban you. My daughter got a lot of strange looks because all of her new name over the weekend. Oh, the one you named after me? But who's to say that it was a bad idea just because she and all of her friends and family hate the name? Exactly, right? Why would you ever let what other people think affect how you live your life? You'll be happy to know that The Intelligent Investor is available on Audible. Now my illiteracy won't get in the way of me falling asleep trying to learn stocks. I was going to say, listening to The Intelligent Investor as an audiobook just sounds like a great way to fall asleep in 2 minutes. Check out Bank. What's Move doing? Hmm, interesting. Ooh. Is bond volatility picking up a bit today, Dork? Huh. Why did you ban MK? I don't know. Why is the assumption that I've banned people? Like somehow I'm paying attention. All right, back to the books, Carl. Or did you ban me on the Bon Appetit website? Uh, I mean, I just wanted to. No, Walken's not banned. He's in purgatory. So instead of banning Walken, I just time him out for 24 hours every day. Wait, did anybody time out Walken? Carl, before you go back to work, go time out Walken. Have you looked at ABML at all? Lithium battery recycling play I've heard about over the years, but finally sounding somewhat viable. It's not really an industry I'm generally interested in, but I'll check it out. What is it? ABML? Looks like a shitty penny stock that's ripping. What's the viability here? Fucking 600 million shares? Aren't they just gonna dilute more because they have no fucking money? Their free cash flow is negative $5 million. Annualized, they just keep losing more and more money every year while racking up liabilities. What are their assets? I timed out walking about an hour into the stream. Oh, thank God, Cornub. I appreciate it. You getting my back, man. When I took DMT, I saw what purgatory was actually like. Call God friends. Okay. This is mighty cruel of you. I was commenting on multiple fudge recipes that adding Velveeta cheese can assist with texture issues, and boom, privilege is gone. Listen, you were grossing people out. There were several reports and even more complaints. Massive lithium mine in Nevada? Is it a massive lithium mine, or is it I own a bunch of ground with some lithium in it, but I have no money to get it out? Because that's the real story of most mining companies. This is not ask Gherk about my penny stock hour. I don't have one of those. Velveeta is for the dirtiest of poors, like my ex. That's harsh, man. Fuba is a penny stock. I know, but it's mine. That's fine. Y'all are sleeping on Velveeta fudge, but whatever, it's cool. That's fucking disgusting. All right, popcorn trader, and you know it. Would you mind asking BlackRock to sell off their Tesla shares? I know they already recalled them. What about Annie's mac and cheese? Not bad. I like the sharp cheddar one with the little shells. They feel weird in your teeth. Fubo is my best performing stock. I'm only 55% down on it. Why did you buy it above $4? Your entire everything you do, Half Square, is wrong. I don't understand how it's possible. Just learn to sell fucking covered calls on your 5,000 GME shares and make some money so you can stop complaining about your bills and your rent. Maeve, I think you need to cool it. We have more than 84 likes. We have 500 likes. Should I put mac and cheese in my fudge? No. That sounds gross. Hmm. 4075, 4080 still looks strong. I don't know if ES pushes up here more though. Maybe. Is VIX starting to move up? Futures testing 4080 right now. I'm the one that asked about it. Yes, it's a penny stock. I've stayed away from it, but will continue to. You're right. 50 million in assets and no way of extracting the lithium. Certified poo. I mean, it's concerning. Don't get me wrong. They could always get outside capital, but with that balance sheet, I think it'd be hard for them to pull it off. This option is drier than my ex. Nothing against her. I'm a bad luck. I'm sorry to hear that. Oops, lost my premium again. You have to get the little shells and suction cup them to your tongue. Yeah, exactly. Wait, do you all not do Velveeta? I like to get their cheese sauce packets then mix it with milk for a refreshing and filling beverage. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you say that? Oh, I hate this market. Did VIX just go down again? What the fuck? Is it safe to assume that JPEL will say nothing and SPX will push to 4100, given that he is on screen? Do you think we will continue up until SLD, given the market's capacity to ignore bad news? It's possible. Yeah, we could see 4100 in the next week, and we're very close already. JPEL's not speaking till tomorrow, though. $1,500 GME shares? Whatever. My grandpa used to own mineral rights to some land, and they found $250 million worth of natural gas deposits. Trying to get it out would have cost what it's worth. Land with valuable material don't mean shit. Yeah, it doesn't. How much is it to get this real-time volatility indicator VIX? Is this Dork's proprietary indicator? Dork has become the VIX. He spent so much time watching it do nothing that he's bonded with it mentally. Leave your stinky French cheese uncovered so the smell leaches into your Brita filtered water and you can taste it with every swig. PTSD. Why do you have your water and cheese so close to each other? A shovel costs like $15. I don't think well, okay. I like where your head's at. Do you think Kathy Woods has a gag reflex? No. Why did people think Half Squart died? I don't know. He's right there. You really want to kick up the flavor in those shells? Add some Baconator grease with a drizzle of white. You're welcome. Say it. Say cup and handle. No. Maybe ABML is something I want to watch go into bankruptcy, and some other larger player buys it out, buys out the actual assets on the cheap. I can see that happening. Is move viewable on the intraday if you have ICE data? Yeah. Thoughts on Apple's 4% pump? The pump before the SLD reg? Yeah, Apple I think is going to pull back pretty hard. Um I don't think just yet though. I think it's still got a little bit more room to the upside. I'm probably going to get some puts on it later this week. Maybe. Look at me. I am the VIX now. How do I get you to go up, Dork? Later, Gensler's twin. How do I get Kathy Woods to at the money with me? I don't know. Just stand on Wall Street and say AI really loudly. Can you bring up the VIX? Why, do you want to watch it trade between 1850 and 1860 for the rest of the day? Is this thing gonna break down really hard? No, it's just gonna trade at 40.70 until close. What's the worst thing about New York City? Oh god, there's so much. Probably having to think about how to avoid being spit on in public. Like sometimes you'll see people spitting on people and you're like, "Ah, fuck, I don't want to get spit on, but I need to go that way." That moment, right when that thought occurs to you, that's the worst part about living in New York City. Sometimes it's not spit, sometimes it's other bodily fluids, but it's all the same feeling. The worst thing about New York City is the dementors. Yeah, but if you stay inside at night, you can avoid them. Or if you just have like a really strong Patronus. This is the best pitch you've had for living in New York City yet. Normally I have to pay to get spit on. Patronus is basically making the biggest white you can with magic. Exactly. The homeless people have gotten more aggressive post COVID. It's almost like the early 90s. What's your PT for AMD SLD? I want to know if I should cut my April 70s that are down 40% and roll out. Um, I'm not. I mean, the semiconductor sector has been overperforming a bit lately, but I don't think I'm cutting. Do I have April 70s or May? I have May. Maybe. Yeah, I guess you could get more theta if you need to. My Patronus is Kendra Wilson. If every time you made white, it came in the form of an animal, what animal would you choose? Either a cuttlefish or a manatee. Seahorse, interesting. No, cuttle, not cuddle. With T's. It's got T's in it. Mine's already a jellyfish. Nice. Thanks, Jen Jen. How is this considered fringe content? Exactly. It's cuttlefish. Not cuddle. My Patronus is a pet rock. Good for you, Dork. I think the ladies would like a cuttlefish more. I don't know. Hold on. This is gonna keep breaking down here. It bounced last time. I need to buy more puts. Trying to find my AMD position too. What fucking broker is that in? Hmm. Ooh, 4070 puts are starting to pick up a bit. Maybe I should cut the long side here. I guess I can hold it a little longer. I can't find my AMD position. It's not in the account where I sold my covered calls. I remember buying it. No, I have my shares and my covered calls right here, but I can't find my puts. It doesn't make sense that I would buy them in something else. Oh, I know where it might be. Hold on, I'm authenticating. There we go. April April 80 75, June 16, 70 and 65. Those are not doing well. Huh. No, I didn't get a side. Ugh. Usually when I can't find a position, it's because they expired last week. Oh, nice. SPX 4100 end of day. I mean, I would be okay with basically any price that isn't 4070. I'll be completely honest. Can you flip your hair like I said something funny? Why would I flip my hair if you said something funny? Fuck you, dork. Oh, what's this? Is this the odds of the rate increase? Damn, 50 BPS is up to 30%? Who the fuck's making up these numbers? $75 isn't on here. I just want inflation to come in even hotter. Like, let's go back to 7%. There's no... You know what? Let's just go full bull. There's no way the world's second largest economy reopening is going to have any effect on pricing, right? Everything's fine. Inflation goes to 7, SPX goes to 4,500. Don't play with my emotions, Girk. Are we back to full bull? No. As much as I'd rather be bullish, I have a hard time believing any of the bull cases right now. Every bull case I've heard so far has been bullshit. All of them seem to be that like people will keep buying overvalued stuff because why not? Well, you haven't heard Tom Lee's bull case then. What is it? Did VIX get rejected at the top of its trend? The New York Fed just said the global supply chain has returned to normal. Reopening China can't possibly have an effect. Of course not. You think this is just an MM that's on opening to get out of puts and bought calls to make it happen? I don't think MMs are really that big of a driving force on SPX. Like they're not. I mean, like the movement of their hedges can be, but I don't think anyone's hedge was that big. That was like the pump up here was very orchestrated, right? It was a huge amount of put buying followed by a huge amount of 0DTE call buying. Tom Lee says numbers go up, but which number? Would you open a strangle each day for tomorrow and Wednesday to capture both sides of volatility until JOLTS data? Hopefully should give us a directional move. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably be like straddling for the rest of this week. Probably even into next, actually. I never should have deviated from the greatest strategy ever created, which was overnight straddle SPX. You can't lose. Well, you can, but it feels like you can't. I just had a friend in the fintech sector tell me his company rolled out unanticipated layoffs today. Full bull, SPX to 4,200. What if it's tax returns? Everyone had to wait to receive their forms from their brokerages this year. So what if that concentrated the effect of dump that money in the market? So everybody who got a tax return for the 2022 tax year bought on the exact same day at the same time over the course of like 30 minutes. It's interesting. I'll give you that. It's a compelling theory. This channel has a problem. I can't say fuck the poor is the proper way without my comment getting shadow banned. I see your issue here, Cobra. I can't change that. You can't lose. Stops to ponder how dumb the pickle jar is. Well, you can. It's really hard to lose. Overnight straddles, same like JPow's money printer. They've been so great, you know? Just, you know why? It's because the market likes to go up and down a bunch every day. What did the auction come in at? 3 month went up to 4.676. 6 month went up to 4.97. So yields up. We're about to break the underside of the collar, which seems significant. Futures testing 4065 now. They haven't quite fallen through yet. Ooh, the video went off a cliff there. Feud's dipping. Starting to. Testing 4065 now. Wonder if I should be a little further back. Yeah, probably. I want to get blown out on some volatility spike right here. Ooh, VIX moving up a little. VIX 1877. Out of the money puts are starting to look spicier. Oh, interesting. Gamma just went negative at 4040. 4050, still a little bit of support there. I'm gonna buy another one of these. VIX at 1884. Volume's drying up a bit though. It'll bounce right when I stop out of my fucking call. Okay. $4,005, here we come. That's a bit excessive. Just a sell-off or news? I mean, It looks like just kind of a sell-off. VIX is moving up a bit here. Hmm. That was a bearish reversal. I mean, it's on a very short time frame, though. How dead are my VIX 19 calls for tomorrow? I mean, if this actually sells off here, like if we break down under the resistance at 4060 and this sells off, VIX might go back to 19. Or can I get live futures data? Trading view for $5 or $3, something like that. I'm checking on the 5-minute. Oh, okay. Do you remove those lines so we don't bounce off them? Nope, that's where resistance is. Resistance was at 4060. Why are people playing short-dated VIX knowing it's super manipulated? Who the fuck knows? Is the $5 data only if you have a premium account already? I don't know. Gherk, call BlackRock, tell them I need 4,005 today, or I take a loss, 39.90 if they want me to get new shoes. Okay, I'll let them know. This is looking good. Put volume going up on 4060. 4060 calls are starting to sell off. Still, oh, the 4100s are like gone. Holy shit. I guess they gave up. 4085 and 4080 are down. Put call ratios shifting bearish. 1-1-1 now. A friend of mine got hired at BlackRock. Do I need to call him a shill now? Yes. Is Ivy mispriced on 310 SPX options compared to the rest of the week? No, it's further dated, so Ivy's lower. European CPI final nail in the coffin. What time is that today? If we fill that gap, I'm gonna make a lot of money. Me too. I'm surprised that IV isn't higher. It's probably going to be pretty high tomorrow on like 0 GTEs. Is the 0 GTE call pump starting to fail? Well, yeah. I mean, we slipped below the collar and a pretty big chunk of it's starting to sell off. Looks like there's still a decent amount holding for a bounce, though. Hmm. Forty 50 put volumes picking up a lot. CPI data's, yeah, next week. We need a remake of that filter song, Take My Picture. But the intro verse is wake in my dumpster, I wake in my dumpster. My calls are dead, my port is dead. It's like a half squart theme song. I read somewhere IBKR gives you 1 month commish free if you do their courses. I did an hour's worth, went to confirm the offer, nowhere to be found. Did I dream this? I have no idea. Clown market? Yeah, let's hear all the bullish conspiracy theories if we don't keep ripping today. European inflation is a lie. It's ridiculously high, is what it is. Now that a red candle is in front, we're all bearish again. We're still trading at 40.60. Jamie Dimon out here doing the Lord's work. Hmm. What the fuck? That was weird. Check out XRT. What's it doing? Damn it. We've been adding liquids to it, to XRT, a little bit. This thing about to sell off hard. If it breaks down below 4060, it can. So far, that hasn't happened. What's your gut telling you? That it could go either way? Oh, a little more bearish now. $40.65 is a pretty interesting level on ES. There's definitely some buyers. I don't know, maybe we just complete this? Retest 40.65 before breaking down? Somewhere like... Oh, Jesus, what the fuck is that? The sell-off in 0DTs is obviously bearish. But there's still a decent amount at 40.60, so unless those capitulate. Well, here's something funny. Bobby has a 20-year bond. It's paying 15%. Yeah, that's because they're only going to be around for like another year or two. I have considered entering QRTEA. I think it's a pretty interesting buy. It's priced in. Yeah. Jesus Christ, this is fucking boring. Jimmy giving up all its gains. That was inevitable once the market started dropping. Is Upstart pulling back? Yeah, Upstart's pulling back pretty hard too. Netflix failed at 23? Interesting. Nvidia's red on the day. Holy shit. Oh. Now 4065 broke down on futures. I don't think that the gamma's flipped negative for the day yet, though. Right? I think we gotta go a lot lower. Yeah, gamma's still positive. Check VIX. VIX at 1884. The VIX correlation on the drop is strong. So if we keep dropping, VIX will keep going up. And that guy who has $19 VIX calls will make like a few bucks. Okay, it's starting to look more bearish. I like it. Let's keep dropping for the sake of that guy. I want him to at least make 20 bucks. I want him to make millions, but to be perfectly frank. Why is this so intense? You can cut it with a knife. Jimmy drop below 19. Crime. I mean, still arguably overvalued. Was that a rhetorical question? Which? Okay, it's not going to 3,500. Which is more overvalued, Jimmy or Nvidia? Nvidia. By a lot. Jimmy's like a little overvalued. Nvidia is way the fuck overvalued. $4,005 today isn't off the table, right? It's extremely unlikely. I doubt highly that we would fall below 40.25 unless the call position there just completely capitulates. And it has like a decent amount of theta, so I don't think it's going anywhere. And we're stair stepping down very, very slowly. This rally was built on top of bendy straws. Yes. It's intense because the market pumped over the last couple days for no reason. And we know big ouchy downs are looming. Okay. 1269 market crash. The prophecy is complete and Freg has ascended. $40.45. I mean, it'd be cool if we could fill the gap. We start dropping into that range though, and even more downside seems likely into the end of the day. $40.35. Give me a second. Okay, so 40.60s are selling off. There's still some call side support all the way down to 40.50. Sub 40, yeah, sub 40.45. Gamma gets real flat, and there's a lot of puts. So, sure. Yeah, if we break down below 40.45, there's some room. I don't think we'd hit 4,000. That seems excessive. But I wouldn't say that like 40.25, 40.20s out of the question. Still need to go down a lot more before that's even a possibility. NVIDIA produces useful things, though. Not sure about it being more overvalued than GME. They might produce useful things, but they also don't sell those things. That's why their inventories have increased 100%. While they sit on their cards that no one wants to buy. And they try to make up programs and systems that use those cards so they can sell them to someone. Who wants to hold NVIDIA's bag on the 44,000 series? AI companies. If only those actually existed. There's so few, right? And most of them are like startups with no fucking capital. So it's not like they're gonna be, you know, and like the big companies like Microsoft and Google that were buying those systems already bought them. So like Google and Microsoft, they're already cranking out soft goods. What are some pitfalls using book value and price to book value ratio when determining if a stock is undervalued? Um, Lack of tangible assets can be a problem. Um, a long string of like negative earnings um can make book value negative. Um, or like price to book. Hmm. Uh, is this gonna sell off or what? Or just pump? Hmm. I don't know. Futures finally found a little bit of support here, so I think we get a pullback. I don't know if we pull back to 40.70 on futures, but maybe like back to like the 40.67 range. We're about to buy 5 billion zero DTEs. VIX is slipping a little bit, yeah. Although the rest of the call position could just capitulate here, and this could fail massively. Like the trend isn't very bullish. There's just some buyers at 40.60 still. Fucking Christ. Does this seem like the collar dance in December where we just jump back and forth over the line? Well, the collar is weaker now, so hopefully not. Although the hedging around the collar never really loses its strength. Whatever happened to the bear den? I have no idea. It should still be there. It probably just like ran out of time or whatever. I know we're in a bubble. I was just talking to a buddy who gives out business loans, and he said he was giving out loans based off goodwill if he can't make a solid case. Sounds like I need to go start a business. Is NVIDIA Gamma Max still 250? It's like 260 now. Was the JPM color wrinkled? The fucking questions I get asked in this fucking channel are ridiculous. So the equivalent test of 4067 on SPX would be about here. So we get some dancing bears to get this sell-off going. I'll consider it. Do you ever use the tick indicators? No. We'll start our own AI factory. I bet we could get a ton of venture capitalists to invest. Probably, right? We'll just be like, listen, we're gonna buy the machines from Nvidia, and then we're gonna take the hard stuff and we're gonna crank it out nice and soft. Our one employee is, get this, an AI that cranks the AI. Welcome back, Ending. Why is the color weaker than December? It's not as heavily hedged. Like back in December, there was like really positive positioning to the downside of the collar and really negative positioning above it. And so we ended up just like locked into the collar, right? For like days. That was awful. I remember. This time, I mean, there's like a little bit of upside positioning. Most of it's short dated. The downside positioning is not very close. And you know, obviously, like shorts want to capture the volatility of the downside of the collar, so they're positioned more strongly underneath it. In December, it was kind of like we had the collar, and then like longs were here and shorts were here. Or sorry, longs were here, shorts were here, and so we just kept chopping back and forth. This time it's flipped, or at least today it is. And this positioning's pretty weak. This positioning's farther dated and minimal. So they're both much weaker. Oh, cool. Hopefully that gap down leads them to a continued sell-off and not just flat at fucking 40.55. Ah! Where am I in focus? Over here? No? Do you go to jail if you just take VC money and run? Yes. But if you take VC money and spend it on stupid shit and never make a profit, then no. No one's sending hit squads after tax write-offs. Is your webcam a soft good? Yeah. It's cranking me right now. What if you never make a profit because you spend it on a house? I mean, then you're gonna lose the house. Hmm. As Jimmy during Opex period starts to see, God forbid, volume coming in and seemingly heading north of 25, how high would IV jump up? Historically, like 40, 50%. Fighting for their life. I mean, probably just fighting to keep their zero DTs in the money while they close them. I have upper level management people who think Chat GPT is as useful as Stefan thinks it is. Not sure if I should look for a new job or just outsource myself to the AI. Probably the latter. Friday's Fregiversary. What? No, it's not. Is it? You mean when he came back for March Opex? Yeah, I know my webcam's out of focus. I can't fix it or OBS will crash. I'll try, but I'm not gonna have a camera for the rest of the stream if I do it. Let's go. Oh my god, it worked. Maybe I did fix the drivers. Penis. Thanks, Dork. Why don't you just put your hand in front of the camera to force it to refocus? You want me? You're trying to get me to hit the camera. What's up, grease nipples? Where the fuck have you been? Market crash activate? Dude, I'm here every day, just laying low. Alright. Alright. Respect. I love how everyone's just fucked today. Today, the market maker balances their book. Bank down 75 BPS. Interesting. I mean, the tension's just starting to turn into boredom. You know what I haven't had today? A coffee, and I should go make myself one. How are you functioning? I had a bottle of tea this morning. So I was trying to get the stream started and fix the camera issues before the beginning of the day. And yeah. So here we are. Hmm. Is futures finally gonna fucking sell off here? See, I don't want to leave because we're so close. Functions on gains in the market. His theta is equal to his life force. Don't tell me Lady VWAP doesn't charge you up every morning with the decay you sold to other people. Was today a triple top on the SPX? No. Although I still think today can close green. I don't know, maybe not. We'll see. Wait, did Lenixus blow up his port again? Poor guy. We're gonna run into fucking resistance at 40.55 too. God, I hate this market. Just go down, you piece of shit. VIX to 19. Let's go. Sell off. Your calls are fucked. Fun fact, Lenny's calls he was talking about were from a paper account. Can we replace Jamie with Vix? Jamie doing nothing forever. Vix is doing nothing right now. It's just been at 1880 all day. Every time it spikes up, they slam it back down. Nothing's changed. Vix is just a big tease. Also, I need to watch GME because I want to buy some covered calls back. So I gotta have it up on one of my screens. Ugh. How much of a bounce back do I need to hold for here? We're not gonna gap fill, right? I know what I'll do. Lock this in. There. Okay. Let's see what happens. How's Netflix looking to you? Looking like to you? It's fucking already back at like 315 again. It got rejected at the like 323. It didn't even make it to 325. I like Netflix if the market's trending a lot because it was it underperformed so much last week. But a lot of the big put position closed off on Friday, and so Netflix looked good like going into this morning if the market was going to be trending, which it was, and Netflix was good this morning. But yeah, with the market pulling back again, more puts are going to come back in because they've been making a shitload of money on it lately. If you're betting on 300 on Netflix, you probably want time. Like you can probably play the upside on it with like weeklies if you're in and out, but the downside you're probably going to want some theta on. I don't think the market's going to pull back very hard for the next couple days. Unless, well, we've already discussed this. Unless JPOW starts crying tomorrow. So I don't think we fill the gap here. I think futures just test 4060. And hopefully we get another fail. Just kind of what we're doing right now. Remember to fill that to fill that gap or to see like the low 4000s, we still need to cross 4045. 4045 is still really important. And some put interest is starting to build there, but it's still small. If we were to fall under 4030, things get really spicy. Like really, really spicy. No mention of Turka. Yeah, I don't talk about pump and dumps. What's the $22 billion pump we're all waiting for? It's still small. You're sounding like my wife, Gherk. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you PTSD. Check DMs. There's just several pictures of the bank index. Do you think I found the baggies? But I didn't see your Ko-Fi walking. What a joyous occasion this is to be on the edge of the world, steely-eyed and steadfast. With wild anticipation, we await the drop into the inevitable market abyss. Jackals dressed as bulls skulk about, but we watch with glee what has yet to come, but inevitably be. You've really got to lay off the booze during market hours, man. No more chat GPT poetry. Nobody will ever be able to write a poem again. Poems are dead now. Because no matter what, they'll just be accused of using AI to write it. I really like these consistent failures of every bounce back. The profits on calls increase a lot more once it goes in the money. Uh, Intrinsic value on the contract goes up. Extrinsic value goes down. But yes, generally. You think SPX to 3950 or 4200 end of week? I don't know where we're going to go the end of the week. I mean, Powell's testimony over the next 2 days and the jobs data are going to play a pretty significant role in that. I would say right now, positionally, we're very likely to stay around, you know, 4050 to 3950. I wouldn't even go that low. 4050 to 4000, at least for now, until we see more positions come in either to the up or downside. Oh, it was just really interesting that like the night before, during the overnight repo, right? We saw that big sell-off in futures overnight, right? We see this big drawdown in on RRP, and then the next day we get like an $8 billion pump in the futures market. That's then front run by an almost equally large 0DT position on SPX. And then the next overnight repo, all that money's returned. It's interesting that it's notionally roughly the same amount of money, um, in both overnight sessions. Um, so I mean, if you're looking for people moving around like big blocks of money, on RRP is one place to look. Because if you're pulling money out of on RRP, you're saying I can get better than 4.75 somewhere else, right? It's not crime. Lenixis is out? Oh shit. Market's gonna go to 4,500 now. Wait, was he long or short? Fuck, we're gonna bounce. Both. Sounds like Jimmy's going to 25. I'm just kidding. That's not happening. I wish Lenixis would just short the VIX. Stop fucking us all over. I don't know what he's out of. I have no idea what his positions are or what he's playing. I assume he bought a shitload of weeklies on GME. Bank down almost 100 BPS. Stop joking off to the bank index, Zork. Tinfoil intensifies. Can someone remind me when Lenixis was originally correct prophetic? This has been going on so long that I'm foggy on originating details or methodology. There's no methodology, which has been the kind of point of contention the entire time. But, well, there is actually. It's like swaps look big, so spend money. But I think he was right about the not the first pump in May, but the secondary like T+2 price increase, which we didn't want to play because we didn't break Gamma Max in May, right? And so without the break of Gamma Max, the potential for another like higher high was really low. Briggs Day burned everybody. It's the Nasdaq bank ticker. It's just called bank. It's an index. It's down like 95 BPS today. You said you were looking back to buy back GME CCs. When are FTDs this week? End of the week. Are you expecting GME ups end of this week? We could get a little bit depending on the market trend. ETF FTDs are pretty low though. Like 500,000 a day for like 4 concurrent days. So if the market's pressuring them, maybe a little bit of upside, but I wouldn't say a ton. Probably not over 22. If we hit 22, 22 seems like a stretch right now. The week following March Opex could be spicy. We don't have any deferrals for a change. How are the tips on bank looking? I'm not watching them. I assume you are. Do I need to start watching those? I mean, I can. You know what? You know what's looking super spicy? Not VIX. What's Delta neutral on bank? Okay, now you're just being a prick. Man, Russell's fucking pulling the whole market down right now. Oh, Russell 2K is down 2,000, 150 BPS. That's interesting. Hmm. Bank also pulling down the market. Yeah, I bet. Upstart generally holds up pretty well. I've said this a bunch. I guess I'll say it again. Upstart's illiquid as fuck. Like you look at GME and you're like, wow, that's a really illiquid stock, right? Upstart's like 20 times more illiquid than that. Upstart's got like a 40% long short position, a pretty massive short vol position, and it only has like fucking 60 million shares. A fat chunk of which are owned by insiders. Well, I guess 80 million for the total float. Wait until the Upstart DRS movement gets going. Oh, and completely ruins everything. I can't wait. What do you think SS's reaction will be when they realize a market crash will just crash GME altogether? And Citadel is actually the one that experiences MOASS. I don't know what their reaction to GME going down in a market crash is going to be, but it's going to be fun to watch. I'm going to sell in the money covered calls deep. And then hopefully I don't get assigned, and then I'll buy the bottom. My GME shares are almost free. I'm so close. One run, just one. Big SPX dip here, sort of like hiding the evidence before mom gets home. JPOW testifies. Maybe. I don't know. Future's selling off a little bit. Fuck, man. Just just let the VIX do its thing. What's so scary about $19? All the call gamma? Silly. Just synthetic short, get out, buy in the money calls at the bottom. Yeah. I'll sell in the money CCs, leverage puts, and then fucking close it all out at the bottom. That's exactly what's scary. The call gamma? That giant fat stack of call gamma? Ridiculous. VIX 19 is scary because that's when my VIX calls go in the money. They're gonna do everything they can to make sure that never happens. I guess I can lock in 400 in profits here without being too afraid. Are you still skeptical as the weekend about the never-ending pump? Or does this drop give you a bit of confidence for a continued downside? It's looking a little bit better. It's good to see that the position just broke down at like 40.75. It doesn't seem to be coming back. That doesn't mean it can't again. I'll be more cautious of massive zero DTE pumps in the future. Possibly move into calls a little sooner. Oh, and ensure that my backstop has a wider spread on the buy-in. They're not delisting VIX, right? VIX greater than 19, same like VIX greater than 20 3 days ago. Well, no, after it dropped below 18 on Friday, a bunch more call volume came in at the $19 and $20 strike. See, when you drop the VIX, you make the calls cheaper. Still bullish on SST? Dude, I was out of that when the warrants closed. Or exercised. What was wrong with SST? It made good money for like 3 days. It wasn't even my play, but it was fine. It was a decent one. So you plan on adding more longer dated puts or still waiting to see during this week? I'll probably continue to wait. I mean, I already have some longer dated puts, right? I heard somebody talking about potentially adding midday expiration options. Jesus Christ. Maybe they just need to split the S&P. I apologize for SFT. I brought it up and only broke even on it. I think I got out with like 25% of what I made, which wasn't a lot, but there were some good runs on it. And shorts, we shall be free for thee, my lord, for thee. Oh god, really? In thine eyes your short shall fly when VIX explodes by 3. Oh, Jesus. 401 stock split on SPY? Let me load up. Which stocks go to the pores versus the standard? They need that because zero DTs aren't enough. They now need to prop up the market with 0 hours to expiry. Because what you'll learn about bulls is that they're immediately sad upon every red candle, and all of their theses break down the second their position moves against them. The same is true for inexperienced bears. People just trade with their emotions, and they become boastful when they're right. No one's immune. I do it too. Although, I will say predicting a 600 BPS drop weeks in advance is far more impressive than predicting a bounce to 4,000 on an oversold market. But who's counting? You know the real winner? Jackson. Jackson's just sitting on a fat stack of $12,000 calls for SPX, for 2027. I don't know how he loses money. Like, he's never going to make any money. But he's also really not going to lose the money he's spent. I'm the humblest. Was Jackson the guy with the hole? Yeah. Yeah. Rev hearing April 3rd, and a new ad featuring Megan Thee Stallion has dropped. Interesting. So they're spending money on advertising, but they can't ensure shareholder equity value. Bullish. Aren't your 12Ks down 36%? I only have one. I just bought one. And it's so I can see changes in the SPX IV. That's it. That's all it's there for. It's got like 3.0 Vega or 3.2 Vega. So it's very sensitive to changes in implied volatility. Although the spread on the contract is so thin that I probably would have been better off getting like Jan 26 10,000 or something. Bouncing here? I don't know. Could. It's got a little bit of potential. Although that hasn't really played out well for it in the past. Maybe I'm too close. I mean, all of these have just failed. But it could just continue to do so as more and more of the call side capitulates. They're just selling off very slowly. The VIX is staying very stable. But the calls are closing. I wonder if they're buying any in the money calls. Yeah, 40-50 is now the largest, the highest gamma strike. So 70 and 75 have sold off almost completely. 65 is pretty low. 60 is still decent. So 50 and 60 is still kind of propping up the price. Although if futures continues to sell off, it won't matter. Oh no. My beautiful put. Do I wait for the bounce and then re-enter? Back to 40-60. Still looks pretty bearish. It's only 95 OI on this 12,000s. It was a bit higher when I bought into it, but yeah, it's very low. They're all Jackson and me. He has 94 of them. I have the other one. No. The downside gap's not filled at all. We just tested it. So if Ivy hits 100% on your 12K SPX call, you make money. It doesn't even need to go that high. If VIX hits 30, the contract goes up like 500%. It has a lot of ROVA exposure and Vega. But it's just a joke. Like it first of all, it only prints in like the event of a market crash, right? And even then, like who the fuck's gonna buy it? Like you need someone who needs to buy Vega and wants to overpay for it. I think this is the standard WeBull screen. I don't fucking know. I don't think I've ever changed it. It looks so much better than Fidelity. Yeah, it's got a way better UI. Weebull's got its perks. It's not the worst. Financial crisis averted. Bank caught a bid. Finally. Are they selling at a 40.50? The price isn't going up. Possibly. This smells like the selling of stocks, not SPX options. That would explain why they're so unwilling to capitulate on their call positions that are losing money, wouldn't it, NW? Imagine holding calls that were in the money or now out of the money and then still holding them. Oh, and there's 0 DTEs. Apparently CS isn't doing too hot. Something contagion in banks. This is not a scenario any of this chat has to imagine on. That's true. Except theirs is with purpose and not you know, inexperience. Are there any signs where straddles are coming in for tomorrow? Yeah, a little lower on the chain. It's probably moved around a little bit since I last looked, but I'll tell you 1 second. I feel like a lot of the call side gamma for put positions coming in has yet to be realized. But gamma's very flat from like 4,000 through 4040. And I would say that the focal point there is probably going to be around 4020, 4025. So right now I think they're entering the put side positioning because it's cheap, right? And then they might enter the call side positioning as our price drops. Clown? Who? The VIX or the market? Calling me a clown? How's your calls? I still think 4100 is still in play. Pump as much as possible before Fed and data come out. It could be. Maker of markets are pulling your strings, twisting our puts, and smashing our dreams. Blinded by greed, they can't see a thing. Just buy my calls because I'll sell them green. Market maker. Yeah. Well, it felt like a big bull trap, and then it looks like one now. I still want to see it drop more, though. It's not really bearish till we're under 40, 45. You can just wait to confirm the downside. Wait until the call position has fully slipped before trying to average down puts, right? Just be patient. There's no reason to rush it right now. Will you tell us when to rush it? I won't need to. I just hope we look back at this past week as a small bump on a massive volatile drop correction that totally 100% happens, please. We'll see. 1924, floor it? Jesus Christ. That's too low. Don't say things like that. The reason I say to confirm the breakdown is because there's still call interest at 4060 that's open. Right? So entering puts right now is really risky, unless they're just like super cheap and you're throwing money away for fun. But like longer dated puts, you know, we can still bounce in this range. Like wait till you're outside of the range of a potential bounce, right? Wait till there's like some actual call capitulation, and then look, you know, to play the downside. Like the upside was already real nice this morning, right? That was a nice morning. Easy money on a really obvious positioning. But the downside's like way more of a struggle, so don't be so greedy with it. SPX went up during March 2022. SLD, can you talk about what happened? Why that happened? Did it really? I don't think it did. I think it just, if I remember correctly, in March of 2022, it dumped overnight and then opened low and rocketed. So SLD sell-offs don't always, I mean, first of all, they're different every time, right? They're not like a guaranteed sell-off. It's different participants at different times. It doesn't have to all be, you know, like over the course of 3 days. Not necessarily everyone needs money right then and there. They also changed the rules in March for SLD and changed the way settlement works in 2022. So they extended settlement out to basically encompass all the way into the end of the month. And they changed the deposit schedule to you know, reflect the pre Opex deposit, but then also participants could deposit at other times. So if needed, you can deposit more after the deposit period. And now the settlement period is more like it's extended. It used to be that the settlement period was like the following Monday for 7 days, and now it's all the way until the end of the month. Till the first day of the next month, actually, I believe. So there were a couple rules changes back in March, but we did have like a big kind of like overnight sell off going into SLD in March, and then yeah, we moved up. Don't forget also people can sell before the SLD, right? So you know they just need to have the cash liquidity on hand during the deposit period, but they can sell off Monday, Tuesday night, right? And they'll still have the money available to deposit into the end of the week. So if they feel like the market's hit its like local high, they can absolutely start selling off in advance of the deposit. It's not like they have to sell when the deposit period starts. And if they're cash rich, they don't need to sell anything. Gap fill before close? Maybe. Futures took a little bit of a dump here. VIX moving back up again. I think they'll just keep VIX under 1880. Slow grind down. Try to stave off the momentum, right? I think Bobby's getting hammered for liquidity via HFT. I think Bobby's a piece of shit. I noticed there was some new DD on Bobby, and I would say that going synthetic long on a stock with dilutionary bonds is probably a very fucking bad idea. But yeah, I mean, don't listen to me. I haven't been right about Bobby since, Cohen bought in. Well, I was wrong there for a minute, and then I was right about it after that. Save your synthetic longs for AMC? I mean, they have a higher chance of survival than Bobby does, thanks to their shareholders' generous donations. Bobby should pivot into a rotisserie chicken franchise. They've got the rotisseries and locations. It might make some money. They'd probably make a lot more money. Except those are turkey roasters. You can do like 4 chickens at a time. Goldman's trying to get everyone to buy their Apple bags while they sell off. Yep. I mean, Apple just doesn't look good, right? They've overpromised and underdelivered. On several products now. The Apple Car, which they have no infrastructure in place to ever roll out. They've no VR or AR headset. The fucking iPhone's life cycle's extended. It's like 4.4, 4.5 years now. Oh, and everyone's fucking broke. So, yeah, I wouldn't say Apple's looking good for the next few years. 22% reduction in revenue? Super bullish. Tim Apple never fails. Really? There's people who bought Apple when it was a penny stock that would disagree with you. Apple's been floating on Steve Jobs' one good idea and producing it in various sizes for the last 25 years. Eventually, the lack of innovation catches up with you. Although their new chips are interesting. We'll see if they can continue to produce top end silicon. But they only sell it to themselves. So if no one's buying Apple products, it's irrelevant, right? Yeah, the Apple Watch is like a medical device adds some value, but not enough. Still a long time to be realized. Apple's definitely overvalued right now. Whatever. Windows wasn't Bill Gates' idea. Who cares? I mean, they're only stealing some of Intel's market share and how much they're reducing their reliance on Intel or AMD chips, right? Like they're not selling those chips outside of Apple's ecosystem. I think it's approved for blood pressure, right? They're gonna try to pack more shit into that though. They're gonna get the price of that Apple Watch way up. I got one of those newfangled Apple potato chips on my computer. I don't know why they would use food, but I'm no tech genius. Why did GME? When did GME ETF FTDs begin? The 8th. They start picking up on the 8th, and then they carry out for 6 days. But the first 3 days are the highest, and then it falls off. Generally, like liquidity resolution on GME ETF FTDs occurs within the first few days, and then once a significant amount of liquidity is resolved, they don't need to run the underlying to resolve the rest. Yeah, there's production problems. AFib? Oh, is that what it's approved for? NVIDIA bag holders got their 4-cent dividend. I think it's more than 4 cents, isn't it? Oh, Jesus, it's not much. Christ. That's okay. Then they'll pull back the dividend and the stock will go up $100. Trading ES is thrilling. It's pretty fun. I just want every Apple fan to know that Steve Jobs was not the brilliant person you think he was. The high point of his academics was taking a semester of calligraphy at Reed College. Well, gotta learn how to sign your name pretty if you're gonna be a CEO. Will you buy back your GME CCs before FTD covering? I'll probably buy back the in the money ones while they're still up. The out of the money ones. So I don't have 20s anymore. I probably won't buy back. If I guess if they get pressured, I might, but I don't think they're gonna. I have 2250s and 25s out. I'm pretty sure they're just safe. I'm not really worried about them going in the money right now. Bounce alert. On what? Last I heard, Reed College was the last college university in the US with a functioning nuclear reactor because reasons. That might explain the pancreatic cancer. I'm pretty sure that nobody was thinking that Steve Jobs was a genius after he tried to cure his pancreatic cancer with vegetables, okay? Why not buy them back and resell them when the IV bump from earnings announcement comes out? Alternatively, I could just sell more covered calls when the IV bumps. I don't think it's gonna bump that much. I mean, you're talking like 8-9%. It'll go up as we approach earnings, but the initial bump from announcing it's not gonna be like insane. Genius, yes. Doctor, no. How about neither? I don't. Visionary is a bit of a stretch. Turning something from Star Trek into a real device was probably not as visionary as you think. Can't cure pancreatic cancer. There's the WeBull procedure, which, eh. I'm sorry to hear that, Seacraft. I lost my grandma to pancreatic cancer. It's pretty terrible. I should worry about $18 GME 310. They're already a week old. I mean, yeah, they're in the money, so you'll get assigned on them. Is that your question? You will absolutely get assigned on covered calls if they're in the money. Steve Jobs was a really nice employer and super respectful to all his employees. Now we're just making shit up. I've never said I wasn't a shill. When did I say that? I'm absolutely a shill. I read on Superstonk that not only am I a shill, I'm a confirmed shill. Get my title out of your mouth. Thanks, Seacraft. My wife is a PhD, got her degree in 22. Still been unable to get prescriptions filled from her doctor's notes. What a waste of money. If I throw a bottle of mayo at Kenny and he doesn't scream, "What the hell, man?" Ha. I'm gonna be thoroughly disappointed. Very funny, Tyler. Jobs didn't have pancreatic adenocarcinoma. He had neuroendocrine cancer. It's a completely different animal. That's why he got transplanted instead of a Whipple and chemo. Interesting. I thought he had pancreatic cancer. Is your shillery accredited? Nah. The accrediting body is not really very notable. Hey, boss, you still think we're going to 4,000 today? No, I never thought we were going to 4,000 today. If we break 40.45, we might see 40.25. That's what I said. I've said it maybe 300 times now. There's other people that said, I have 4,000s. We're totally going to 4,000, right?
And I said no. Any idea if the fill's on XSP or anything like SPX? Why not just trade SPY? I mean, you could trade SPY, but SPX is tax advantaged. Nope, VIX at 1869. Ironically, VIX actually down from where it was 30 minutes ago. Price down, VIX down. The only way you're gonna see 4,000 is if this thing sells off hard as fuck into close. And right now, that doesn't look like it's happening. It looks like we're being propped up by 40/50s, which have yet to sell off. Wikipedia calls it pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor. So you're both half right. Sounds like we're both right, and they're just wording it differently. Is there an OI update? Sure. What do you want to know? There's a bunch of calls at 40/50 that haven't sold off. They're stabilizing the price. $4,000 doesn't require a market crash. It's not that far away. But it would require a pretty big volumetric move, and we would have to break down through the next resistance level, which is at 40.25, and not that weak. We're being propped up by your shilling of skepticism. 40/50 is going to sell off or what? I'm waiting to buy a call hedge for tomorrow. I don't know. They haven't sold off yet. Some of them have. I mean, the position size is reduced, but it's still strong enough to resist any further downside. They just upgraded Bobby Debt to CCC. Jesus. He had his pancreas partially removed, had a kidney transplant like 5 years later, but all because of the cancer, and waiting 9 months to start treatment. Huh. I would have more to say on this if you hadn't banned me on Bon Appetit. You got what you deserved, Popcorn Trader. Let's not. It doesn't need to be a thing between us. You don't have to make it an obstacle. It's, I was just doing my job there. Is Upstart ETF FTDs at the end of this week as well? Yeah. Holy smokes, all that VIX volume on Friday was buys in the 330 to 40 C strikes. Yep. Both over 400 KOI now. Sounds like somebody bought 100,000 more of them today. You're not shadow banned, Pierre. You're right there. I see you. Joke's on you. I'm moving to the New York Times recipe app. Later, nerd. Oh, I got news for you, man. Wait, why did you time him out, Dork? Just cuz? Okay, so someone is prepping for Volmageddon 2.0. Sure. No fun allowed. Oh, I see. Timeouts will continue until morale improves. Thanks for removing the mod's ability to time me out on YouTube chat. Oh, I haven't. There we go. Sorry, I didn't want you to feel left behind, Jupiter. Wait, did you beat me to it, Dork? You son of a bitch. Yeah, Hazy's alive. Gerg, if we hit 4,005 today, I promise to buy all of your CCs from now on. I don't need you to buy them. That was the timeout Eiffel Tower. All right, I need some coffee or energy. I'll be back.
All right. The only food in my house was raisin bran and a 6-month-old bag of corn chips that someone told me to buy. Japan Gurk. Okay. I'm not answering you, trash. Because I know that your instinct will be to abuse it. Yeah, I know, dork. You know what? I'm starting to think that all of us should start going, like, I can be Gork. Hold on. We're Dork, we have Mork. We need Cornub to change his name to Cork, and Jfresh to change his name to Jork. Hmm. Interesting. Popcorn Trader should change his name to Pork. Why are you doxing him? Freg is not a quant. Freg is just frag. Oh, ES is getting spicy. Oh, no, it's not. Wait. No. Wait. No. Wait. No. Oh. No. Oh. Ah. Ah, it's back. Nope. There it goes. Fuck. I could do this all day. No. No food in the beard. Fuck you.
Please do that all day. This is the kind of play-by-play we've been waiting for. I like Dork system. Bull bear, bull bear. I could go down to the one tick. Bear, bull, bear, bear, bull, bear, bull. Interestingly, bull, 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 bear, bull, 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 not bull. Bull, 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 gap bull. Mm. Fuck, bear again. Bear, bear, bull. Bear, bull, 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 bear, bear, bull, 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 bear, bull, 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 bear, bull, bear, bull, bull, bear, bull, bear, bull, bear, 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 bull, bear, bear. Unliked and unsubbed. I thought you came here for hot minute by minute action, just not tick by tick. YouTube employee, no, yes, this is satisfactory. This is the quality content that keeps my community coming back. Tick is trade by trade. That was the 1 second. Everyone needs to watch the bull bear segment on 2x speed. I don't think anybody needs to watch that ever. I wonder if this is ever going to break down. Market sideways until JPOW opens his mouth tomorrow? Very possible. Win straddle. We're trading at 40.50. Were you waiting for a better entry opportunity? They're going to start adding 40, 48, 40, 49, 40, 51, and 52 contracts if we keep trading in this range. I think they tried to add individual strike contracts on SPX once in the past. Oh no, I've gone blurry again. When will our 40/30s go in the money? You want the real answer? Or hopium? I should have done this from the beginning. No one would know who I am. Damn it. Yeah, I could have called the stream Michael Blurry Does Stocks. Or Michael Blurry's Stock Emporium. The autofocus on this thing is really fucked up. Girk became a confidential FBI informant. No, not Logitech, Razer. Well, I had a Logitech one before and it just like shorted out. Wait, did you inverse the VIX? Are you showing me inverse VIX, Dork? If the channel was called Michael Blurry, you would have to call for market crashes every day, delete your YouTube account, and remake it the next day. I know it'd be amazing. Spend profits on risky power hour bet or nah? That seems like a terrible idea. Also, how much is your risky power hour bet cost? Like, generally speaking, these things aren't very expensive. You know, Rhinecone, don't feel bad about your minimal profits. Selling too early while profitable is a lesson many in here could learn from. Can we just get an 8-hour stream of you saying bull and bear every tick? No. I'd get really bored. Why you gotta do me like that? The gap isn't filled. We're just touching it. Wait, I have to do something for trash. Everyone take your headphones out. Story time. So I've had the same phone number for 15 years now, right? Okay. I get these phone calls from a debt collection agencies for this guy, one guy who had my phone number twice a year at least. How do I leverage this to afford more puts? I guess when the debt collectors call you, try to convince them that you're a debt collector and they owe you money. It's really for whoever needs it, Yaga. One time there was this I guess he was a debt collector for like what are they called? The paycheck things. Payday loans. And he would come to my old apartment. Yeah. He would come to my old apartment, and I knew where the guy who lived there before me had moved, but he was like convinced that that guy was my roommate still. So he would keep coming to my apartment, and I tried to convince him to give me $50 to tell him where the guy lived now, and he wouldn't give it to me. So he never found out. Rip $50, right? I could have told him exactly where that fucking guy lived. He should have asked for a percentage of his debt. Well, you know, I wasn't really set up for that yet. I'm not a snitch. He didn't pay me. $40.69. That's not a real strike. Snitches get stitches only if they accidentally lacerate themselves. I just found out today that there are loan shark groups on Facebook just loaning people money through Facebook. So, how did you buy all those SPX0 DTEs? I told the debt collector where he could find my ex-husband multiple times. Do I get stitches? No. Although you should really question if the debt collector keeps coming back. I feel like that's not something that needs to be said multiple times. You also don't get $50. My partner is considering a job with a VC firm, and my daughter asked if that was like a loan shark. I said kinda, and she did not take that well. I mean, it kind of is, right? They fund people's dreams only to later steal them and sell them to the unsuspecting public. If you live in the US, can you snitch on someone to get free stitches at the hospital? No. You still have to have medical insurance. Different collectors, different debts. He was prolific. Buy our waifus, they won't ask for a 10K diamond ring. Wait, what? That came out of left field. Did someone old Yeller the VIX? You could put it that way. If you need free stitches, go to the emergency medical clinic and pretend to be mute or homeless. 60% of the time, it works every time. Huh. I'll have to test that out. You can't tell me SPX won't be at 39.28.16 at the beginning of next week. You just can't. I'm not going to tell you that. $40, $50, 0 DTE seem cheap for how near the money they are. You think we're going to drop below 40, 50? Oh, why is this taking so long to update? Oh, damn. Almost all the 0 DTEs are gone. $40, $50, and $40, $45 still propping shit up. Feuds. Oh, shit. That's like some volume. Imagine if that happened 2 times in a row. I know, wishful thinking. I feel like if we got 4 of those candles, VIX would just moon and the market would crash. Everything except Apple and Google now red. What a time to be alive. Seems like a time for me to sell in the money Google covered calls. Someone wants their $20 billion back. Not that badly. I can't believe here we are a week later, waiting for 4050 to break down again. Why are my messages getting omitted? Seems unfair, sad face. It could be something you're saying in the message that is causing YouTube to block it. Try saying it a different way, not using curse words, and don't use links. Very good, Popcorn Trader. Just like that. Banana hammock. It's almost like the market has a bunch of feedback loops and it's cyclical. Whoa. Whoa there. People don't like to hear the word cycle in this chat. It scares them. What about links from totally not a Trojan virus trustmebro.com? I could unblock those, I guess. Does YouTube block older curse words like beard splitter? Nope. Yep. Well, you found that out all on your own. Citadel, NYSE, and Schwab have united to release some choice words for the SEC's market overhaul plans. Sad face. Yeah, they're going to tell Gary to shut the fuck up and stop trying to impose regulations. Ham wallet. Okay. My girlfriend just started going off about cycles, and I didn't realize that she was into options trading. Am I lucky or what? Very. Ignorance really is bliss. Inflammatory statements. Calm down, dork. The VIX is still at 1868. I hope everybody realizes that when the VIX goes to 40, dork is going to explode. Puts on dork sanity. He's just watching the one tick chart on VIX and bank all day. He stopped eating like last week. How do they unwind this VIX position without breaking the index? Who said that they unwind it without breaking the index? Don't forget that I have the yield curve inversion overlaid. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot. No, Dork doesn't have any position on the VIX. He just loves volatility. Imagine how crazy the market would be if volatility wasn't a product, Dork. Day trading would be so fun. Who would have crashed already? Who would have crashed last year? Twice, probably. Probably crash every 6 months. That's the kind of market I want to trade. I'm going to start trading HSI. We're going to move the stream to nighttime. That thing's fun as fuck. It like opens up like down 100 BPS, then it's up 200, down 50. No, crypto's lame. Can you straddle the HSI? Probably. We're gonna move the stream to nighttime. Gork's 3 Europoor viewers rejoice. I think most of our viewers are from Europe. No, I'm just kidding. They're all Canadian. I'm the Swedish Muppet Chef. Night streams equals pickle slumber party? I don't think we need to spend that much more time together. Like 8 hours a day is enough. We need boundaries. Where do you see the SPX VIX trending into end of day? Chop at 40.50. I have some 331, 37.50p I want to get out of and reposition since they're so far out of the money. I don't know. I mean, this resistance can fail, and if it does, the market might go down. Well, this resistance and 40.45 both need to fail and to close, but they could. I see you more than my wife. Is that a bad thing? Can you do a Twitch show playing Harry Potter tonight? I want to know if I should buy the game. So you want me to buy I don't want to buy the game. I'm not like a Harry Potter fan. I mean, it's okay. I read the books when I was in like high school. No, you're not timed out, Velvet. Pickle Slumber Party. We can paint each other's toes and talk about boys. Awesome. What part of the movie Hocus Pocus are we currently at in regards to Volmageddon? The part where they're trying to like boil the one kid in the pot and the other kids are outside of the little house getting ready to rescue them. Fute's dipping? Nah. Have you asked anyone to make a pickle jar video game yet? You know there statistically has to be someone here that can do it. That doesn't mean that they should. Flappy pickle? No. Damn, the video got the shit kicked out of it today. I just need this every day for the next 2 months. Any thoughts on ABML? Yep, went over it earlier. They received some funding from the government. It was recently discovered that they have one of the largest lithium deposits in the US. They also have no money to get it out of the ground. Now, Fluffy floated the idea that possibly shareholders could purchase the C-suite some shovels. I don't necessarily disagree with that proposition. Yo, dude, how much does therapy cost? I don't know. I'm thinking of sending my dog. He's been talking back too much recently, and I think there's some unearthed emotional reasons for it. I forgot to like the stream, so I did it twice. Thanks, Odorous Colon. Better yet, C-Suite should buy cat calls next time it's down. Eggs on sale for $3.99 in Puerto Rico. Inflation's over. You can say that as much as you want. That's not going to turn the market around. Oh, Popcorn Trader, my spirit was broken long ago. In the before four. Inflation is over, inflation is over, inflation is over. In front of a mirror in a dark room. Not working. Imagine thinking that things on sale is a bullish indicator. It's not. Just anybody might think that. Is this a gap fill bounce or really just Fute's 40-50? Fute's 40-50. They've yet to fail 40-50 in any spectacular way. VIX is back up at 1871 though, so I gave up on wanting a home. I just want money and good food and to be left alone. Is this what happened to you? Maybe. Although I can't say that a home was ever part of my like dream. I'm currently cataloging a video game called Being Home Alone with You is Worse Than Death. Is this about marriage? Sounds like it. Fuck you, Vix. Don't say that, dork. It's gonna go back to 1870 if you do. Do you wax or pluck your eyebrows? Neither? They're just gorgeous. I'm not kidding. They've been like this since I was a baby. You look plucked. I have a faint unibrow. If I plucked them, it wouldn't be there. Of course I did. My eyebrows are phenomenal. I do not thread them. I don't cut my hair and I barely maintain my beard. You think I'm threading my fucking eyebrows? Spill your beauty tips, you're glowing. Thanks. You should see my eyelashes. The camera's the camera doesn't pick it up, but they're long as fuck. I'm not pregnant. I checked. Use your long eyelashes for keeping away flies that your tail can't reach. Yes. Thoughts on turning my profitable 317 405p into a straddle? Decent hedge for tomorrow. Okay. Not bad. That's what I did with my 450 puts. Friday. 40, 40, 50. Well, I mean, like, same thing, though, right? Get an endorsement from Revlon? I should. Maybe I make some of my money back. What if they offered you stock? Nah. Thoughts on Fago? I don't know what that is. Is that a company? Fago's the soda the clowns drink. Oh, the Juggalo drink, right? No, that's disgusting. Fago, the official drink of this clown market. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is the world's longest breakdown of the 40-50 resistance. I knew someone that dated a juggalette. Is it juggalette? One time? That's the closest in proximity I've ever been to a juggalo. All right. Popcorn Trader wins for the day. The timing of that was so perfect. You've finally done it, Popcorn Trader. You've made me laugh at something that wasn't your port. Well played, sir. uh, I like that we're on the same level, that I immediately knew what a clussy was. Can we see NVIDIA under 234 today? I'll round up at the grocery store and donate if we do. Maybe. Well, not under 234, but maybe at 234? Please don't send me any of those memes. Trash. Would you carry an SPX 4000 put for tomorrow overnight? It was just a call side hedge, but now it's slightly green. Probably not. Mostly because of the slightly green part. For DT SPX 4050, hold overnight. How do you think we'll open tomorrow? For DTE. Are you going to hedge it overnight or no? If you're going to hedge it overnight, seems fine. But if you're not, I have a measuring tape. I don't know why it's on my desk. It's weird, as I'm the only person who lives here. Calibrating desk height? No, I honestly can't remember why it's over here. Oh. No. I've got dozens of measuring tapes. Whenever I go to Home Depot to buy lumber, I use one of their measuring tapes and then steal it by accident. No, I don't need to measure my pickle. It's been about the same size since I was like 19. Huh. No, there was something I needed to measure, but now I don't know what it was. Height of the green screen. Monitor mount. Oh, the camera mount. I needed to measure the camera mount. Thank you. Now I remember. I could just do that right now. You're only 9 inches tall? Yeah. Gonna say it now. NVIDIA files, they sold shares after close. I would agree somewhat if the market hadn't just been selling off all day. Hmm. NVIDIA dividend tomorrow. It was today, wasn't it? Ah, damn it. $40.80 or 4,000? I don't know. They both kind of look shitty. Just in between till JPow's done talking, or both while JPow's talking. Apparently juggalos have gatherings? Huh. Some idiot just bought my 40/30s for $5 each. Ha ha ha. Oops. That was me. Is JPal still talking? I don't mean today. I mean in general. I mean, I don't. I assumed he's spoken today. But also, yes, in general. I bought some 40/30s. Let's fucking go. Is NVIDIA gonna finally come to reality after the X dividend date? Yeah, that's what everyone's been holding on to their 50% gains for, is the 4 cent dividend. $4,000 end of day. Let's fucking go. 50x 40/30p 0 DTEs. Guys, could I use a couple? I couple Billy. I got some 40/50s that I need in the money. A 0.07% yield really makes it all worthwhile. I guess so. It's almost worse than Apple. You act tough. The boomers know what their dividends actually are. They'd have to do math to figure that out. You act as though the boomers know what their dividends actually are, don't they? J-Pow raising the rate? No. He's just speaking to Congress. The interest rate decisions towards the end of the month. During Opex settlement. Why are all strategies to make money? Step one, have money. Chicken and egg? Well, you could always borrow money. You can use borrowed money to make money, like every company. You can also steal money. Exactly, loan sharks. It's really not that hard to get funded if you know what kind of business to start. The Dan song Kofi I wrote was done in good faith. Now you deny me even the last bastion of my communication with the outside world. Money, what do? Wait, what? What Dan song? What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, Brett. I'm not that kind of Italian. The tape measure was here so I could measure. I think I had to measure the height of the camera mount so that I could get a new one for a new camera. Because I'm tired of this piece of shit making me blurry and then having to fix it. He's sending pics to Tinder girls. I mean, I guess I could use it for that too. Speaking of mounts, is a centaur his own mount? You'd have to ask Trash. Now dumped to 40-30. Maybe. If a centaur is half miniature horse, is the human half regular sized? Yes. Volker. Do you like dried seaweed? Like nori? In what? Just like as a snack? No. I like it in, on, and around other food. Maybe that's the solution. I just need to set up a calf cam. And anytime a position moves against me, I can just whore out my luscious calves for a hedge. Maybe I'm thinking too much inside the box trying to hedge using actual instruments in the market, and I should be using my own instruments. That's what I've been saying. Selling CCs on your body is called a job. Interesting. Wouldn't the centaur always tip over if regular human size and miniature horse size? Oh god, where's that meme with the centaur babies? Gherk, when will SPX hit 12,000s in the money? Never. As soon as we're able to rope an asteroid into low Earth orbit. Why short VIX VXX? Is there really that much of a correlation between them? Because then they short VIX futures. They're shorting all the instruments. All of the volatility gets sold short. Naked short? I mean, I guess if they don't put clothes on first. Why not wait until after he talked? Well, the zero DTs that they bought today will be gone by the time Powell starts talking tomorrow, right? What do you mean, what mean? There's 0 DTE. They expire today. March 6th, 4100C safe. Oh, okay, you're fucking with me. God, everyone stop spamming the fucking emojis, please. Does this up my interaction numbers? I don't even think it counts. I assume when you tell the internet to stop doing something, you mean do it harder? I don't know. I guess that's what it means. Emoji open interest way up. GME sell off into close? Bullish? No. Is that an Easter Island head? A shit and a eggplant? Really do be. Can you do a 25k to 100k port challenge starting April 4th? Why April 4th? And is it your port? You know why I don't want to do port challenges? Even though everyone's been like, Gurk, you should totally do a port challenge. I don't want to work that hard. You know what I do at the end of a bad trading day? I just sell some covered calls. And it's like the losses never even happened. What about a pork challenge? You really want to challenge me to a pork off? Just say ding ding, make it end. Okay, you do realize that when I say ding ding, I'm not actually ending the market. The market's just over, right? This is just three categories: pork eating, pork cooking, and porking. Huh. When you ding ding, my workday is over. Oh, Jesus Christ. Pong, thanks for picking up those 40-30s off me, man. I'm gonna make a series of YouTube videos called Pork Off, where different viewers challenge each other to pork-based games. That's not fair. I would win them all. Are you the pork master? You mean like Carl in Atomic Heart? Don't you talk shit about my pig. God, that game was still weird. So weird. Calls on lean hogs? Maybe. Can we start an index called Caked Hogs? When Twitch stream? I don't know. If I do a Twitch stream right now, it's gonna be me looking at stock charts. So you're playing Harry Potter tonight on Twitch? Yeah? No. Caked Up Hogs, yeah. The Caked Up Hogs Index. I don't know what the deliverable is. I guess we could just have it cash settled. I mean, if $30 moves up and $30 moves down or stagflation, give it to me. How about bricked up hogs? Okay. Well, maybe. I like today. Bulls and bears equally scared. Welcome to Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone, everybody. No one knows what Papa J-Pa is going to say tomorrow, but I can tell you it's going to be fucking compelling. Ding ding. The day is done. Anyway, I'll be here tomorrow morning to ride this piece of shit into the ground with the rest of you. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow at the time I wake up. Thanks, guys. Later.